time that we will finally finish our very lonely trail. I wanted to pull up, something from, the homework chapter that you guys were assigned after last reading because we didn't finish all that I wanted us to finish. This is one of my favorite quotes in any event. Bro is so real for this. Bro is real as fuck for this. Every day with your million fucking amazing projects, and you never just wonder what happens if you screw up. So the club is older, indeed. Today is the last part of Lonetrail. Voted. And I don't even know what event I would like to read next on stream, if any, because, like, I looked through all the ones that I still have to either read or reread. I think it's all reread at this point. And none of them I'm all that excited for. When I was looking at that chapter, he was laughing. Ferdinand's great in this whole event. I also think I came to a greater understanding of Holyoke's character rereading that segment over again. She's kind of childish. I'm really strong, and we're gonna be awesome. The power of the bloodline is what matters. What do you mean? Downplay the power? What do you mean the power is not the most important thing? What the fuck? Yeah, I kind of understand. About Dorothy's vision? I already read Dorothy's vision, Bo. Yeah. Yeah. Like that feels somewhat more indicative. I feel like her kind of being petulant and a little whiny and childish does make sense, given some of the other stuff that we've seen from her. Any agreement, chicken jockey? Uh-huh. Huh? What are we, creaming chicken jockey? How often are you talking about creaming chicken jockey? Why does your screaming autocorrect to creaming? How often do you talk about creaming? We can't just gloss over this, Dorian. How often are you talking about creaming? That's what you get autocorrected to. I'll leave the chat right now. Oh. Alright, so is this like a Mexican standoff? You're saying... They don't tell you this, that you can delete your own YouTube messages. I instantly assumed you meant streaming. They don't tell you this. They want you to be arrested. They don't tell you this. They want you to get arrested for your YouTube messages. They won't tell you this, but you can delete your own YouTube messages. Alright. We're gonna be creaming chicken jockey today, as Dorian asked for. Well, that's what you get when you're a loyal viewer of the channel. You get to be right there for the creaming chicken jockey stream. I'm so glad everybody could make it today on such short notice. Anyways, I mean, I don't really have that much to say before we start. Where we actually are in, like, the story is, Kirsten's already launching her shaft, or her hammer, out of her shaft. We're underground looking for her power source. Rosmontis just, recovered, and the groomer that groomed her died. Silence is running through the place. Sorry and Ferdinand are about to take a goddamn aircraft to get up there. She'll like crush someone. She holds herself up on the wall with it. She like has it like wrapped around a stalactite, holding herself on the wall when they see her. Which is, I think, meant to be like somewhat intimidating, but just feels kind of goofy. Like, you got the tail wrapped around, like, the wall, and then, like, the arms crossed, like, well, look who showed up. If you've ever gone bouldering or anything, you know how hard it is to hold on to something with one appendage for a long time.
Well, well, well. You finally showed up to my domain. Surely this is the part where you begin to like me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so far on the reread of Lonetrail, Holyoke's not been as bad. She might go from number 4 on the worst characters list out of the top 5. No texture blocks or climbing? Yeah, there's a bunch of different types of things in like bouldering and such. There's a bunch of different types of holds. Tiny ones, big ones, ones that are differently shaped. The ones that are like flat, or the ones that are like big old like bumps on the wall. There's ones that like you can almost like put your arms like in between to like hold on to, that are like thicker and kind of slanted. They're usually black color wise. You can find a bunch of different holds. Anyways, enough about bouldering. We've got reading to do, chat, and I don't want to have to end it early, so we gotta start quickly. Funny face you've got there.
Yeah, their tail's really coiling up. I think it's monster time, Colton.
Let the doctor go. You can seek the thing you want if that really will resolve your misgivings. What? Just like that? We pledge we will not respond in any way to your actions. With the way Saria and the Tin Man act around you, I thought you were going to be the dangerous one. What's wrong? Is that real feebleness? Because you don't carry yourself like someone without the power to resist. I leave it to your imagination. Honestly, I just don't care. We got bigger problems, but you can understand that. For the doctor's safety, I'm not going to take risks. So it seems. Well, I'd burn my bridges with the Maylander Foundation, so the less enemies, the better, really. Kirsten's plans are in motion already. I'd say we're short on free time, too. We'll leave it there, then, before the district starts responding adversely. What? Oh my fucking god!
Quite right. It won't do for the district to be in true naked danger. We need to accelerate our gain of the situation. And given you betrayed the Maylander Foundation, we really shouldn't let an outsider settle this for us. That means you, Dame Coltsett.
You're not stupid. You indulged Holyoke intentionally, looking to seize your moment to act.
Oh, so you guessed I'd pursue our traitor? How nostalgic to be exploited by the Dame once again. You thought decapitating me would kill me, you dumb bitch, Holyoke? What common L? Why would you think that? Idiot. Intentional indulgence has given us too much credit. The agents we assigned to be by Kirsten's side defected one after another. Couldn't help but start doubting myself, and introspection is a thing that takes good time. As for the lives of the two of you, madame, haven't you been too careless? If you unleashed your jet black vessel, surely restraining her wouldn't have been difficult.
This is not a place in which I can use any weapon. We're already on top of it. Yeah. There's also like campusing different courses, which is where you can't use your legs, you can only use upper body strength. This is another challenging thing. Your legs are not meant to be dead weight, it turns out, while you're climbing, generally.
That statement of yours is enough to draw considerable attention from the Maylander Foundation, Dame Coltsett. Unless you're mystifying us on purpose.
Honestly, what a surprise, Tin Man. How many bodies do you have? Didn't I toss your poor metal skull in the trash at Loken's? Are you letting me go this time? Or is this the deal? I kill you again, and then the Maylander Foundation lets me walk free.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. We'll talk again in a bit, traitor.
Has my vision gone dark? He did something to my eyes. No, it's something mental. I can't move my limbs. Ugh.
Seems arts still work here.
Originium arts are not within the scope of the weaponry senses.
Furthermore, even the full powers of a revenant would be unable to damage the critical component in the slightest.
Yeah, and my tongue twisted up already.
And what about the Originium bomb and arts unit in my pockets?
Too primitive.
These are state-of-the-art Colombian technology. It's buried in the deep of this land with these. So, anything else you haven't told the Mayland Foundation? We're not able to come together on this, not even with my being a Colombian or a Sarkaz?
All throughout, I've only wanted the doctor alone to reach this place. The control of Rhine Lab was a mishap in that respect.
Me? Regretfully, you don't make the rules here. Beyond my duty to the Mayland Foundation, I have a heavy interest in this ancient ancestral home of the land. There maybe leads on Castle in there. I'm afraid I won't so easily. Speaking, yes, Holiak's been apprehended via archery to what? The president himself?
Looks like your arts aren't all that secure, my dear employer.
I still hate the way she talks. It's very cringe. No one says stuff like this. I always hate that. I don't know why.
Oh, it seems I've underestimated Holiak. Roger that. I will of course obey. See you later. Isn't it strange? How you can break free of such witchcraft by brute force? Your average campaign not a century ago would have been frozen to the spot.
That voice just now, it was a sarcasm. Witchcraft? You... What race even are you? I ran my checks.
I thought that said cheeks for a second.
Always race on the mind, Holiak. You should try to be more colorblind. You really are pitiful. What puzzles me more, honestly, look at me, at the way I am. How could you take me for some ordinary person killed by tossing his head away? As long as there's a hot dog in Colombia, the Tin Man will not die.
Yes, you have a point. So could you put yourself back together if I crushed you?
I'll deal with Holiak. You two go on ahead. The president has given me personal orders to unconditionally assist this Rhodes Island party to these coordinates. How very strange. Wonder when he got such a clear grasp of things.
So what of you as a Sarkaz?
The young Sarkaz detest you and lovingly respect you too, for a great many reasons. As I see it, your fight for the Sarkaz will go on longer still. Of course, it'll be merely so. Now hurry up. When later comes, I hope you'll tell me everything you're willing to.
Gerb, so real, Flakes. So real, Flakes. Everybody, thank you, Flakes is in the chat for bringing Gerb to our attention, as always, when he arrives. That's why he's one of the goats.
It's such a crazy line. Yeah, this line. Always race on the mind. SMH.
I promise you that. Let's go, Doctor. I'm impressed how easily you give up on your greed. Doesn't the truth matter to you? Don't you want to follow them down there and take in that ancient ancestral home of yours?
Growing attached to your mission target on a mission and then betraying your country with intent to misappropriate vital technology without scruple? Not educating my subordinates properly is my disgrace. Your damages to my body cannot rouse anger in me, not in the midst of my excessively long time undisturbed. But as your boss and an authority of the Mayland Foundation, I suggest you hand yourself in. Try to plead for a lenient sentence.
You old monster. How much have you lost over the course of your life? Does the idea of duty really still do something for you? When it comes to getting out of prison, I can pay another way.
I once used quite the amount of arts as a means to avert the trauma too long a time would inflict on my soul, but it wasn't entirely effective. You look purely at results. I'm a very conscientious one. Death will attest to that in my place.
No, I'll defeat you. I'll get everything I want. I'll prove I'm my own self. If that means I have to kill you and kill everyone in the Motivation Foundation and even be killed by you, then I'll give it every bit of my shot. Huh. So this is how fighting for yourself makes your blood pound. Why'd I ever put restoring my old blood first?
How many generations worth of memories have you inherited, Holiak? 3 centuries? Maybe 5? Long enough. Long enough for a city to be rebuilt anew and destroyed again. Or for a dynasty to go from rise to decline. But to me, it's no more than the time needed to rouse myself from a nightmare.
Big words for you.
No, the reality is, your stretch of distress and your heart-rending family history wouldn't stand up to the tale of a single scratch on my alloy fingers, young beast cub. I picked that up when I was in Syracuse. You see, they got beast lords there, and they groom minors, and they call them beast cubs. It's a little fucked up. They got real Syracusan ditty parties. Polyak feels her heart stall for an instant. Her sight blacks out again. With experience, she quickly abandons her vision and attempts to wrap her body in arts to extend her limbs in sense of touch. And her limbs sense of touch, not in sense of touch. Even among Maylander Season Day agents, she was eminently gifted. The Cuck's memories are not solely a burden. They make her a natural born, highly veteran warrior. Every part of her body is a lethal weapon. The clarity of her mind has no equal, and her arts would redefine guile itself. But this time Moliak begins to feel a hint of fear creeping up. A prickling, sinking feeling that starts from her eardrums and bores into her brain. She covers her ears in pain, despite the pure silence about her. The cavern scenery begins to change, a deeper darkness diffusing out from beneath the Tin Man's feet. Oh, it's pumping. Wait, chat, I just realized. I'm so sorry. You guys haven't had your engagement video. You haven't had your Minecraft parkour yet. Oh, I'm so sorry, chat. Chat, let's find you some Minecraft parkour. Let's find this. Let's find some Minecraft parkour. Okay. Gee, I'm so sorry, chat. I almost forgot to give you guys what you rightfully deserve. Proper Minecraft parkour gameplay. You know what? You know what? Even better. No, hey. If you want ads, you gotta come to me with them YouTube videos. Okay, you know what? Let's try this. Let's try this. Minecraft long play. No, wait. Oh, wait. No commentary. Not necessarily no copyright. Never mind. Yes, the parkour often has no copyright specifically, which is what we utilize because well, we don't want none of that. So we almost got it. We've almost got your engagement video. We've almost got your Minecraft parkour, chat. There you go. There you go. Everything's okay now, okay, chat? You have your attention video. You have your attention video. Given you want to delve into history, I'll have to share a little more of it with you. Olia can feel it. Her cheeks, abraded by coarse sandstorms. Her shoulders give a faint shudder, as if bearing some colossal mass. You made too much light of the weight of history, cuck. You've yet to understand what it means for a memory to be graven.
7:59 p.m. Hammer, altitude 5,000 meters. Ascent interrupted. Well, you said you knew how to pilot this thing.
Hold on tight. I'm trying the hardest I can, Ferdinand. If I wasn't, we would be dead. Evidently not hard enough, Saria. Saria, check the window. The engine's on fire. Power loss. No huge concern. This thing looks ready to explode. What do you mean, no huge concern? I had no idea you could be so conversational. Pew pew, boom, pew pew. There's no end to these drones. Ferdinand, get over here. Grip onto this bar. No letting it go. Push it up. See those dials? Wait until they pass this line, then call for me. What are you? Strap in. Don't let your hands leave that thing. I'm opening the hatch and heading out for one moment. Opening the hatch? What do you mean heading out? In midair! Sorry, the whole thing's shaking! Damn it, I knew I should have called my lawyer before I got on board. You think you can afford that lawyer without a job? Stay calm, watch the dials, period. What the hell are you doing? I think it's on the verge of haywire. There have been lights flashing. Sorry, are you done yet? I'll take the controls. Let go of the bar. Let go of the bar, Ferdinand. Did the firefight die out? What did you do? I haven't seen you looking like that for years. The pulse device was virtually first engineered from Raytheon Industries tech. I was intending for it to hijack transport drones. Didn't expect its time would come now. Ha ha ha! What the fuck? Status check. Prepare to dock. Just, popped outside the aircraft for a second. Did a couple, hit a couple 360s. Domed a couple motherfuckers. By the way, is that the fucking OC Disco texture pack? I think it is. OCD Disco? That's a classic texture pack. Looking at that Minecraft parkour, that's a classic. I remember using that texture pack when I was a wee lad. Anyways, back to reading. Under Saria's control, the cabin doors open up. Fierce gales of wind and ice, cold air pouring straight into the aircraft. Should have worn a few more layers. Put on your mask. It'll make that a little bit easier for you. If I'm honest, I thought you'd jump straight out like some downer lucker and leave a fresh hole in the lab ceiling. But like an academic, you pulsed the drone's fist to stop them nearing this craft, then completed a proficient mid-air docking. Nasty was meticulous in building this lab. I don't think she'd have zero precautions against me. Besides which, I couldn't guarantee it'd withstand atmospheric pressures at this altitude. It looks like you have been busy since you left defense. What have you been doing all these years? Work. Work. Don't undo your seatbelt, Ferdinand. If you want to pull Ryan Lab back from the brink, then show me how you do it. I'm not your section underling, Saria, and you're not defense's director anymore. Don't talk to me that way. Can you stand? Yes, I'm fine. But you'll have to keep me steady. Walking around the lab. The sensation is bizarre. Are we really in midair? The stall pod is practically on top of our heads. We're still far, Ferdinand. The aircraft read 5,037 meters on the dial just now. The barrier is still another kilometer from where we are. You haven't seen moved at all. I suppose so. Learning to pilot in your college days. The army still thinks this is some kind of super weapon. This equipment, these monitor devices and readouts. Nasty built this to be the best lab in all Trimounts. Or perhaps this was just the first step in some grand experiment. That devil. Just how much did she hide from me? Never thought a participation went that deep. Although all Kirsten had to do was say, hey Nasty, what if you could do something cool like this in Kazdel? And Nasty was like, I'm fucking in. No matter what, I'll die for this project. Is Kirsten actually like the super charismatic like Riz god, or is the rest of Ryan Lab very predictable? That is the question. Ugh. I must be nearby. I assume they'll finish boarding before long. We need to hurry before they take this place over fully. Saria? The man twists his head around and finds the ex-director of the defense section has already... Why music no play? Hello? Okay. Give me the music back. Play. Okay. There we go. We were lacking the music for a second. Wait, this is one of the event's battle themes. Yeah, this is like the first battle theme, I think, in the event. Okay. Are we really in midair? Hello? Alright, well, it doesn't show the lab background anymore, but that's fine. Yeah. I must be... for me, faster than anticipated. They must be nearby. I assume that they'll finish boarding before long.
We need to hurry before they take over this place fully. Saria? The man twists head around and finds the ex-director of defense section is already headed deep down the toroidal corridor. Alright. Once I get back, I'm having a nice long talk with Jara, preferably to double my stock options. Do LLCs have stock options? Do LLCs have stock options? No. Yeah. Offer membership interests called units to their members. While not traditional stock options, can offer equity incentives like profit interests or LLC options as an alternative. So no, LLCs, as I thought, do not actually offer stock options. They have things somewhat equivalent and / similar. You follow in Cult's steps. You've rarely seen her this solemn. It is still the epic music here. You begin secretly to take stock of her as you walk behind her. You realize you barely ever had the chance to see Cult in such quiet. No yapping to be heard. Your perturbance begins to turn to tension. To your recollection, Cultsit is only unsettled or restless once in 2 blue moons, and each time the aftermath has needed absolutely no description. You open your mouth to say something, just anything. So, what's wrong with Monter? Doctor? Perhaps I have slightly lost my composure, but it's for other reasons. I can be sure it's not that dangerous ahead of us. You can relax. That said, you've asked me a great many questions in the past which I've never answered for you straight. I've always answered them for you gay. Today, you may well finally have your answers. Are these all sarcophagi? It was as early as Saria's first contact with me, and the mention of Kirsten that I had envisaged her going to any lengths to accomplish this. Rashly attempting a spaceflight carries risk nobody could anticipate, though Saria didn't yet know the full extent. Not until the events in Tri-Mounts, until operators Telopsis and Silence were drawn into a seemingly unrelated incident. But no matter when I surmised she was trying to re-challenge the skies, I admit I had no anticipation the situation would be what it is today. With how things have unfolded, with our personally witnessing the shaft scope and scale, Hammer's ascent, and the research Logan Williams is now attempting. You're a child, she's also a soldier. That's funny, yeah, pretty much. Maybe a child, but that's a child soldier. May just be a child,
But that's a goated ass child.
It was soon after, with hindsight, that I realized what Rhine Lab Control Kirsten Wright is attempting is impossible to achieve. Some outside forces assisted her, massively influenced her, borrowing military funds and connections, continuing the research her parents left behind. Young geniuses use Rhine Lab as a shell to deceive everyone, point herself directly at her one greatest, most obstinate hope in life. She plans to shred the sky. Like a Tony Hawk game, she tends to hit a sick rail grind on the stars. And there's our little room here with all the sarcophagi. I do like that they all just look like little shipping containers. They're all just like kind of blank assets. They're just rectangular prisms. I guessed as much, but then what? She's doing it solely to witness the truth of it. To make all mankind witness the truth of it. What happens after? Brand new perspective, flourishing science, the moment when the sky becomes possibility itself, even the vast upheaval of how war is fought. People could reach other cities in 1/10 of the time. Air vehicles, once a valuable rarity, could become typical transport means overnight. But Kirsten has chosen to leave all this to the coming generations. She's never considered this from the angle of benefit, be it how she personally stands to gain or anyone else. Even the potential crises invited have gone ignored by her. Doctor, she's kind of she kind of got traumatized as a child and is now doing this. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of why. Is there one more possibility that Kirsten, who lost her parents at a young age and grew up amid skepticism and derision, is out just to prove this one truth to people and nothing more? Regardless of anything, Sari and I have both been a step behind. Given Terra's current originium technology, tearing the sky apart would require the sum electricity of all of Terra over an interminably long period. This is purely a mathematical comparison. Yeah, like human size, they look much bigger than a person. They're bigger than a person. They're definitely bigger than a person. You're fitting a person inside it, and then you need all the technology to, like, keep them alive in the cryo sleep and everything. So they're definitely larger than a person. Because not only do you need to fit one in, but then you need to actually have the shit that runs it. Wires and all. And this is purely a mathematical comparison. Nobody could ever converge so much energy on one point, let alone have the means to usefully output it towards the sky. But in the core city of Chernobyl, a great many things have happened, all revolving around a sarcophagus. Do you still remember? I could never forget. At that point, Ursus's shallow research was sufficient to draw a relatively impressive amount of energy from the sarcophagus. And now the energy is enough to realize Kirsten's deranged vision. I mean, deranged is the only word, obviously, Doctor, that you would start with a D and put in front of vision, right? There's not another one that you're thinking of. At least she hasn't chosen to share this information with the military or the Maylanda Foundation. Such a material edge would make the state apparatus lose its mind. It'd certainly suffice it to propel into a rapid new hegemony. Just what is this place? What's wrong? Doctor, remember what I said. If you can, for the next while, call to mind your past with Rhodes Island. Do not be rattled. A violent light sweeps over your body. You feel a shred of familiarity, impossible to process. With no warning, out of all the things before you right now, you recall that scene. That scene you've never once forgotten, up to this day. The sarcophagus. A cold, frigid light. Amia grips your hand. You remember nothing. You're drawn to the maelstrom of Chernobyl. It's the start of everything. So much time has passed, but something, some sentiment even longer lived than that, fills the dense haze of your memories. It stirs in your grief. It stirs in you grief and reminiscence and discomfort. It is a part of you, yet you reject it with all that you can. You strive to settle down your psyche. Faced with this quiet noise and dazzling darkness, this indescribable yet infinitesimally brief torment, your vision returns. You narrowly avoid a grasp of surprise, but this unknown structure has preempted you. The sounds of resuscitation echo through the vast hall. Unfathomable that after such a loss, after such lengths of time, I would lay eyes again on a colleague and an attendant. Truly far too unfathomable. Why can I understand your language? Who are you? Who am I? Who am I? Why would you use Terran language? Are you not aware of my existence? What happened to you? Answer me on that one's behalf, Attendant AMA 10. It'll be in Chernobyl, back in Chernobyl for the last chapter? Maybe. I order you to answer me, attendant. I am not Cult's attendant. She is a bitch. Doctor is an amnesiac. The doctor is not among those you recognize. Not anymore. The doctor's now one of Terra, one of Rhodes Island. We've experienced a great deal together up to this very day. Rhodes Island. Rhodes Island. I see. Fine then, amnesiac. So why'd you not relate everything once again to this doctor? Ah, I see now. You've always had your doubts about this doctor's true nature. You'd rather trust one relearning about the world, when the alternative is to recover such a memory as you deem unreliable. Yes, quite understandable. None of what's happened on the ground can be forgery. If there had been sufficient intervention, Terra wouldn't be in the state it is now. Seems not a thing has gone as we hoped, even if you don't remember that, Doctor. What a rare chance this is to meet the two of you here, yet under these conditions. Well then, Doctor, the amnesiac, and AMA-10 claiming the name Cultsit. What did you come here for? Has Kirsten put nerves in you? Has this flown beyond your grasp? Quit posturing at us like that. I am a devised personality simulation. For tens of thousands of years I have guarded this dark hall, the ice-cold bodies of hundreds of thousands of our people. I once was our last hope, a pessimistic attempt, a synonym for nihilism. But right now, perhaps to you insignificantly minuscule too, I am the accessory to and the invisible hand behind Kirsten's mad plan. I am the preserver with a foot in the grave. Revere all that lies before you. I am the dying of civilization itself. I am Steve.
He said the line! Oh my god!
He truly is Steve. Clip it, clip it. Doctor calls it Chicken Jockey.
Position correct. Transmitter response. Extremely strong. Hi. Oh. Director Jara, why are you here? You made it here by my blessing. Such is life. You came to stop me. You haven't let go of that weapon I gave you. I'm delighted. It doesn't seem like you're here on some hot-headed impulse either. Jara is such a cool design. All the Rhine Lab directors have such a cool design. Yeah, throw the popcorn at the screen. He said it. Chicken Jockey. Yeah. Chicken Jockey sets off atomic bomb. Correct. This is your very last chance, child. Withdraw or continue. I will learn to be the warrior you described, Director Jara. Silence. You're fully aware that Kirsten is not but a target any town in the land with Ham has received energy. You have no need to stop her. Like any scientist would, she's preparing to go where none have set foot before, and that's all. Perhaps so, Director Jara. I certainly don't know control like you do, but if you say so, I'm willing to believe it. However, I will continue to attempt to bring a stop to all this. I will make no exception, even if you're the one that stands in my way. Why? Because whatever this experiment is, if Control freely conducts it and succeeds in it, and this being the control of Rhine Lab, we all know, whether out of emotional confidence or rational judgment, that she is very likely to succeed. What do you think the researchers of Columbia are going to see in her? After holding your job in Rhine Lab Human Resource Investigation for so long, you would know the people here inside and out. A hero. Kirsten would become a hero and an idol throughout all of Columbian science. Yes, she'll become the scientist paragon, the benchmark of a researcher. And then the floodgates will open forever. More research! What the fuck? That's not right! Item after item, project after project, research will be in perpetual delight. But Director Jara, only she is Kirsten right. Only here, her. Damn, Silence, are you saying science belongs to a certain group of people? You really are Parvis's. You really are Parvis's student. Is Jerboa Jockey possible? Roingus Jockey! Or I guess more, Roingus Hoppy! What does the Jerboa do? Roingus Hoppy. And the others, the ones bragging about themselves as geniuses and leaders, the ones inspired by this pioneer spirit by any means necessary, the ones who'll put their own obsessions and ideals into practice, all without the slightest apprehension. The greedy, the egotistical, the overreaching, the stubborn, the ones like us who take L's. If they take the conduct of Ryan's control to be virtue, then that is a future I'm sure you can imagine the shape of. Perhaps you don't even need to imagine. With the research you yourself conducted on Ryan Lab, you've never been in the dark. I know her very well, Silence. Know very well how much of that kind of thing has happened, and is happening inside Trimonts. No, in the borders of Columbia, elsewhere, the universe, in Spore, the video game. There have been plenty of insane and alluring projects placed before me. Their owners starry-eyed, their smiles sincere. They wholeheartedly believe they serve pure science. They're the pioneers of the wilds that we know. But they don't have funny ears and a nice tail, so I said no. Sometimes it comes in the form of a fertile field, and sometimes it's some number of terminal patent, or death patients, or death row inmates. Sometimes it's a village or a town. Sometimes it's some specific race or even nation. They come to me like, we need to get rid of the sarcasm, and I'm like, kind of, hell yeah, but I'm technically not allowed to say it. As I see it, sometimes it's their own selves too. Are you scared of that, Director Jara? Or do the possibilities for science's forward progress excite even you to no end? Director Jara, never upon this earth has there existed a specimen of pure science in a glass bell. Mostly because no one would make a glass bell. Because it would shatter when you ring it, and that's fucking stupid! Science lies in our hands, in the hands of the people. You have to know its temperature, its weight, whether it burns people, or that'll bring suffering, or if it will console. Those people forever claim that they're the way forward, but all they do is set foot with wild abandon in whichever direction they want to. Almost like that's how going forward works. They're stepping into a location that they were not previously in, and then they claim to be traveling! What the fuck? But Silence, that is what progress is. Nobody knows where the path lies. This is the walk they must take. The fortunate will find the right path and enter the light. The misfortunate will run into dead ends and spin in circles. But there's no way you can make them stop. You're a researcher yourself, you know what's most unstoppable of all. It is craving. Matter can't bind it, morality can't bind it, and the rules can't bind it all the same. Across this land, all throughout history. But instead of going forward, they don't follow the pack, I think you mean, Laffy? They don't follow the pack? They don't follow what everyone else is doing? They stand outside the hierarchy? They're Sigmas? Across this land, all throughout history, before Kirsten, there were those greedy, egotistical, overreaching, stubborn people you speak of. And when did they ever stop? And so from now on, they must stop. At the very least, they must stop before stooping to see just what sits beneath their feet. Director Jara, I feel, scientists' fuel should not derive from cravings and ideals, nor should it come from calculations and choices. Science is a clear, incisive look at every one of us. Silence, you've said something very beautiful, fit to be hung in the corridors of a university library. But I'm afraid not one researcher is willing to see that quote on the walls of their lab. It is lip service. And so I will make it practice. Fuck you, bitch, shut up! I don't want to give up midway, and I still have your blessing. Yo, you can at least respect Silence, even if she's definitely one of the characters that I like less in Lonetrail. She is certainly principled. And I was like, yeah, it's lip service. You're never gonna succeed. Shut up, bitch! Fuck you! I will! What if their own way is forward? Well, I mean, yeah, that's what Jara kind of said. Is like, well, some of them it'll be forward, some of it may be backwards. I don't fucking know. Silence. Kirsten spent a very long time writing this plan. I don't know how much she's put into it. But her determination can't be any less than her parents' was. You're fine. This isn't you. It's me. I can't even watch this. I don't want it all to melt into thin air again. In which case, Director Jara, what exactly is it that you hope for? To see Kirsten succeed, or to bring her back safe and sound? I know a researcher who goes by Ruby. Her greatest wish is to clock out on time and retire without hassle. Kinda based. I'm not gonna lie. Fucking, what is it? Enforcer coded. It's damn, oh god, what's Enforcer's actual name? He goes by his actual name in the event. Yeah, fucking Enforcer's also the fucking clock out on time, never work overtime. Oh. He just ran across a soldier. I imagine his only wish right now is to get out of this out-of-control shaft without incident, and flee the clutches of Trimonts and its scientific loons together with his family. His control's wish any more lofty compared to theirs? Does the thing she wants make sufficient progress? Is it simply because the feelings between you and her are sufficiently close? Dejara, you know this isn't fair. It is not fair. It should be me, not her. Ezel. Yes, Ezel's his name. Yeah. Also, this is a weird thing to say, because yes, it is more lofty. Is it more meaningful? Does it have more purpose? Not really. But is it more lofty? Yes, it is more lofty. Doing something literally no one has done before versus like clocking out on time.
Like, yeah, that's a more lofty goal, a more lofty wish.
Yeah. I am this selfish. I can't use morality and justice to fool myself in order to let you pass. One must concede what emotions weigh. Kirsten has the stream and I can't just stand here and fold my arms. Silence, you would understand this, wouldn't you? But if we can stop control, she could very well still... She won't. She won't, child. I know full well when she set this project into motion, she never planned to return. Since long ago, ever since we first met, there has been no taking back any of this. Silence, it makes me very happy that you could stand in my way here. I can even say that I support your viewpoint. But as Kirsten's family, I still won't let you through. Go on and show me. Are you really prepared to bear every word you've said? What you face from here on, I almost said, what you face from heroin is more than a single Pavis or a lone Kirsten. It is the full weight of addiction. What you face is every person that attempts to forge forward. Everyone who uses Forge Labs, the superior Minecraft modding tool. I will. I must be ready. I promise you this. The scientist must press forth and is bound to press forth. Perhaps some, like Control, will be more proficient at the forward portion, but there must be someone to press. And I really want to press up on Control. We need someone to step up and ensure that science remains in the people's hands. Which is an interesting concept. It's like, I mean, to not like hurt innocent people and run over innocent people, to have some ethical code, sure. But like, one of the things about science is that like even scientists are a layman in other scientist fields, and kind of like you do need to let the experts cook a bit. Because if we're all laymen if everyone's layman in other people's fields, well then you do need the experts in those fields to kind of cook. Their findings and everything shouldn't necessarily harm people intrinsically, and perhaps should, you know, come back to the people, but they still need to, it should value the people and shouldn't hurt people intrinsically. But there's also like, you do also have to let the scientists do science. Preserver. I never thought it would truly be you. But if it is, then how can you be
Aiding in a little animal's mad schemes, or witnessing a young civilization take its first steps beyond the cradle? You came too late, Doctor. My weight has lost all meaning. 12 pounds. I am a spirit.
compared to this? Trimount's been a drop in the bucket. It's you helping Kirsten. She used some means to get in contact with you.
Terra's history, civilizations, languages, races, technological attainments. I've come to know it all through Columbia's networks. Hilariously, modern surface information transmission isn't even able to cover the globe, but your methods of mutually assured destruction happen to have evolved with competent efficiency.
Terra's methods are too primal and reliant on originium, and with such conversion rates, realizing Kirsten's attempt, the energy source required the energy source required would be outlandish. It's near impossible that Terra could have the technology to solve this enigma, save for
correct. I gave her the last of my blood. May as well supply a new heart than watch over a dying light, perhaps.
You actually, honestly, why do you not regret it? All your efforts over such an immense amount of time, all gone to waste.
Yes, gone to waste. I shut down the project personally. The orders were input by myself. It's a decision I cannot, under any circumstance, regret.
Yeah. Possible collateral damage. I mean, even then, if you're stopping all possible collateral damage and like literally everything all the time, then that in and of itself might arguably do more harm than good in the long run. It's certainly an interesting like viewpoint, and one that has merit. But, like, it is flawed, and that is good, because all of our viewpoints are flawed. If a character's viewpoint is shown as never flawed, or is, like, always right, then that's bad.
Neural.
You know. Sorry, just a little fit of coughing. It'll be soon now. Very soon. A giant tremor ripples out from somewhere far away. The lights within the subterranean space give a few flickers. This being called itself the Preserver falls silent for a while, and seems to let out a deep breath. Well, what's going on? It's only an infant's curious glance. Yet what obstructions is a task to overcome? Explosions, bombs. That Rhodes Island Corporation has trained you well. Can you still lift your arms? Oh shit, Jara can also, I forgot Jara can fight too. So we're hiring Jara, right? She has no reason to like stay at Rhine Lab anymore because Kirsten's not there. So just like, you know, she's gonna have her nice little vacation to a villa, and then we're taking her on to work in RHR, right? That's the offer Justin gave us, and we're gonna have playable Jara, and playable Ferdinand, and playable Justin, and playable Nasty. Yeah. And a fucking, like, Ifrit, goddamn, what are they? Operator record where she murders Parvis? Jara offers a blunt to silence. Can you still lift your arms? Take a hit of this fine doobie, and surely you'll be able to. I'm fine. What about yours? Relax, I buy my health insurance. I have money. Are we going to keep doing this? If you're still going to block my way, yes. Alright, let's keep at it. Wait, something's not right. The temperature. Even if the shaft's burning a fire, the temperature here shouldn't have risen this high. The army has cut off practically every power source in an effort to stop it charging. Including every security arm and control system. Those morons. Quick, we have to get out of here. There's still some troops stationed up above, Director Jara. I'm counting on you to get them away. Where are you headed? Oh my god, Jara Pog. I've pulled up the Jara sprite so many times. We got Jara Pog. Oh shit, it's the lobby theme. It's fucking Ad Astra. The music in this event is so peak. The battle themes, the boss theme, the lobby theme, the PV music. It's so peak. It really adds the presentation. Does Control's Wishes play at all in like the event? I think I technically can't count it for this. For like reviewing this event, but like it's so good. It's still in my opinion the best boss theme. I love it, feels so final. I really value that in a boss theme, especially if it's like at the end of an event or the end of a like story. It has to be very final. It's the same reason that I really like Red's like CC theme. I mean, both of them are good. Blade is really good, but like the last one I think is good because it feels so final. It really feels like a final battle. Like a last gasp. Power has been cut to the control systems. Why does Control still have remote operation in this place? Transmitter response is still strengthening. I still have a chance. Silence. Alright. Well, she's fucking dead, probably. A heat wave washes with a bird past Jara's face. The Libri researcher she never paid particular mind to before now continues straight inward, running deeper into the shaft's layers. Jara was suddenly struck by a feeling that there is nothing, not one thing that could get in that silhouette's way. Perhaps she really can make good on what she promised herself. She imagines come that time that maybe she can be of a little help. A little help? Like when joining Rhodes Island after? We need Colombian Gilf in Rhodes Island. The Victorian Gilf is mid. We need a new, better grandma. Wasn't final CC. Yeah. It was the final before the other things. Now the first pinch out was kind of peak because Roingus. Like that was why it was peak. If it didn't have Dorothy, I'd probably say it kind of sucked, but it had Dorothy, so it was like really good. Looks like the prep work on the emitter is wrapped up. Science is a clear, incisive look at every one of us. I'm no scientist. Kirsten, you'll fly for outer space just like you've been dreaming of. I'm sure of it. Nasty, could you choose some place with a better view?
At what point can you finally stop ragging on me? When I went to observe in Lithuania, I once saw a local fireworks show. They invited the best composers just to write for the occasion. As the first firework went off, all the musicians started playing in unison. That was a scene of beauty. Your figures of speech are too deficient. Lithuanians wouldn't like you. True and true. I say Riz and Gyat a little too much for them. if you go up to a Lithuanian Spirecaster and say the words Riz Gyat, their minds will instantly melt. They'll die on the spot. It's the ultimate technique to counter them. But still,
We're here today to try not seeing a sight that glitters just as gold.
a ring floating in the air, drone bullets drawing out raindrops of pure light, splashes of sparks off armor plating.
Sorry about that. It's winter in Tri-Mounts. It's I'm a little sneezy. Just as good as a fireworks show. Looking at the clock, it's about time for the climax of the performance. Here comes the thrilling, stirring sforzando? I assume that's a music turn. Forzando? Oh, they like with like the reflections going around it. It almost reminds me of like the Satisfactory space elevator. Like this is what happens when you reach a new a new milestone in Satisfactory and you have to send the shit up to the space elevator. It's such a cool scene. It's prettier than I imagined. Ryan Lab ought to be charging all the city-side enjoyers the show. It's a success. Hammer's materials and structure have withstood the shock from the energy beam for the time being. Next comes the charging and focus phase. As long as we can collect the rings from such high-pressure conditions. I'm afraid at this point, the Army and Mailander guys grabbed their last chance to stop it from fully focusing. Aren't you worried about Control? Like she ever needed us to worry. We're going the same way, and that's all we are. We can only play our own parts well, and then pray she's lucky. If one day Casdell 2 hangs from the firmament, then I'll engrave your name into my stoves. Specifically my stove. Right below the brand name of the stove. Kirsten was here. Remember the speech about going to the moon, the guy shouting, "We will go to the moon!" It's cinema. It's a cinema. It's a fucking cinema! Yeah. People will see, like, two characters have a single fucking interaction with each other and say, oh yeah, they're dating. Justin and Nasty literally go on a rocket launch date and no one's talking about it. This is crazy. Get your heads in the game, shippers! Heads in the game! Lock in! Kirsten was here. Yeah, Laffy, that's exactly what I was thinking. The WUZ, Kirsten was here. Like carved really scratchy, like the damn 100 Thieves logo. Once upon the land, there was no meaning in looking up. There was nothing worth looking at up there. Nothing worth exploring. That place was the domain of those who indulged in fantasies. Those with their heads in the fucking clouds. And now, each and every person lifts their heads, looking up at the beam of light connecting heaven and earth, looking up at the once untouchable sky. Among the stars, within the artificial constructs that appear so small before, the torrent of light brews the human ambition of this current epoch. These scenes are just so pretty. And I do like these because they're big enough to really give you, like, they give you like a clear interpretation of events and everything, but they're like, it's small enough that you can like see the areas where it's drawn and the areas where there's a little less detail. I just love that area. That area is kind of so good. Yeah. Kirsten, sure enough, you set this planet in motion a long time ago. Everything you did for the DoD was a fancy show. What's the principle behind all this? The efficiency and stability of this high-energy confinement field? I've never heard of anything like this before. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We know why. We know who did this. We know why. We know how Transmitter has this level of efficiency and stability. Roingus. I think so. Is the Kirsten Dreamer one from Lonetrail or Door of the Division? That one's really good too. Do you mean the like the one that ends in like there's just one mark, the truth? Like that one? Like that speech? Is that what you're talking about? Or like a specific like narrator moment. Bird is having his moment now. Yep, Ferdinand has his moment. The serious believe this hydrogen confinement field. I've never heard of anything like that before. If I recall correctly, you boasted you were the foremost expert in high energy physics when you joined Ryan. One of the foremost experts. My god, you should thank your lucky stars, Zarya. There's nobody like Kirsten in your field. It's just not fair. And yet, she doesn't even bother to publish these results. The hammer is currently charging. According to the military's Horizon Arc project, once the charging phase is complete, all this energy will be focused and undergo excitation a second time to deliver powerful wide area strikes. Sure, how much longer will it take? Kirsten turned the project dossiers into scrap paper. All I can say is it won't be long now. This is our last chance to stop it, as well as our last chance to stop her. What are you still standing around slack-jawed for, Ferdinand? Time isn't on our side. Zarya, take a look at the densometer. Densitometer over there. Densitometer. Thinking of the SC2. Oh yeah. I mean that directly goes into Lonetrail. It's directly setting up Kirsten more. The needle seems to be fluctuating a lot. No, I'm not talking about the needle. The wobbling is a normal phenomenon of high energy confinement fields. I'm talking about the unit of measurement. You can take a guess how many times larger this unit is than the one on the instruments in my lab. The energy it absorbed just now is enough to power every single one of Columbia's nomadic cities for at least 6 months, and it shows no sign of stopping. And we're now in the center of the laboratory, carrying this tremendous amount of energy. Even if Nazi's a genius, she can't create a receptacle that stores energy in amounts beyond the realm of cognition. In other words, no matter what direction it ultimately focuses the energy in, once the second-degree excitation begins, this lab won't be safe from the consequences. Her end goals never changed. If her ultimate goal is the sky, and the sky can only be contested with this amount of energy, what the fuck is exactly up there? That's none of my concern. All I know is this is a reckless experiment, and it's doomed to fail. Sorry, there's nothing stopping you from packing your bags, finding a nice hillside with a great view, and enjoying a drink while you watch this fireworks show that may well go down in the annals of Colombian history. That isn't going to happen. What about you? You were never the risk-taking type. Me? Looks like my old friends are coming, and they'll be here sooner than expected. You're right, though. I'm not taking any chances. His tactical manual is the location of the escape pod, and I know where it is. I'm not particularly interested in seeing the one who fired me, and it's not like you need my help. An opportunity to document high-energy physics phenomena of this magnitude is rare, and I don't intend to pass it up. Maybe you'll see a new paper for me in the journals next quarter. I promise, it'll be era-defining. And as we know from... what is it? What's his name? Is it Dimitri? That's the name of the owl dude in, Enfield? I'm pretty sure there's like, he has like something says of like the rework of the great like Ferdinand Clooney. So he is indeed correct, and it's not just a finding of his one era. Well, it is era defining and the groundwork for centuries. Unlike Kirsten, I don't tie all my intellect to my personal grievances. The fact that she's consigning all this knowledge to the grave, knowledge that could transform Terra's entire academic landscape, that's something I can't abide. Do what you need to do, Zarya. We don't have much time. Stay safe. I feel like you don't mean that much. I feel like you don't really give a fuck, Zarya. He went in the nether! The parkour guy went into the nether! That's crazy! I think at least. It looks like he's in the nether. I believe so. Cutland, I believe so. I believe I saw screenshots of, I could be misremembering, but I believe I saw screenshots of, like, mention of the great Ferdinand Clooney in terms of, like, physics and science and shit. Makes me think he becomes playable less. Yeah. I mean, it's not as though we don't do any research at Rhodes Island. All we need to get someone at Rhodes Island is for them to be there for a weekend. That's all we need to get someone to be an operator. Like, what, you think Lynn was there for more than, like, 2 days, and that's it? Like, Silver Ash, like, 100%. Oh.
Ferdinand. It's been a while, Colonel. I'm surprised you survived. If I were in your shoes, I'd pretend to be dead. The hell out of Dodge, go to Victoria Lathania. With your skills, you can always pick up a teaching job. I didn't expect to hear those words coming from you. Let me say this one more time, Ferdinand. It's over. I've already spoken with the I've already spoken with the Vice President. Sorry, Ferdinand. I have a little thing that happens to me sometimes. I get a little stupid. The DOD's defeat is absolute. As for whether or not this whole situation can be salvaged, or who controls my fate, I don't actually care that much anymore. Let's save some dignity for each other, Ferdinand. Get out of here and I'll save a crossbow bolt for myself. What was that? What was that? Sorry, my mind wandered for a second there. Also, you're blocking the radiometer display. This shaft runs a lot deeper than I expected. Kirsten's shaft is massive. I'm afraid the military simply failed to fully understand its structure. Right here. It's where the transmitter's response is the strongest. You! What are you doing here, Silence? Professor Parvis.
Silence, the location of this lab is supposed to be top secret. How did you manage to find your way here?
Silence tries hard to open her eyes wide, discerning the things in the room. In the corner of the room, an instrument is humming as if breathing. A transmitter sits in a transparent tank, bobbing up and down. Hitting the gritty. Across the room are several books with black covers. As if sensing Silence's presence, the transmitter increases its activity. A strong wave of dizziness makes Silence furrow her brow and shake her head a few times.
Ah, that's right! You have your own transmitter! On these reactive tendencies, you injected yourself with the transmitter. So I'm not that surprised. Does it cause you occasional discomfort? An entirely normal response. I also have it inside my body. It can be quite overwhelming for an old man like myself, but it shouldn't be a problem for you use.
Ferdinand Clooney. Volumes of Ferdinand's physics on his bookshelf are now Ferdinand Clooney, calculus, mass. Yep, Ferdinand referenced multiple times in Enfield for his contributions to the world. German commander from Helsing Ultimate. I guess that is kind of the voice he's getting, yeah.
Still, this is the only way to better control the reaction process. Don't worry, once the experiment is over, the long-distance intertwining properties of this batch of transmitter will be lost, and they won't affect the long-term health of the infected.
An experiment? You're conducting an experiment here?
Silence, did you hurt your hand? Does it get in the way of your work?
I'm fine.
Then I won't ask any more questions. Now is the most critical moment. That you found your way here might just be the help I've needed. I was just complaining how much easier the data processing would be if you were here. Lately, actually, never mind.
Tell me, what kind of experiment are you running?
There has only ever been one area of research I've fully dedicated myself to.
Chimerism.
Precisely, this is the last question to be answered in Chimera research.
But this is... Professor, what are all these documents? The text on them seems...
Quite evil, right? This is an ancient sarcasm tome that records the history of a certain ethnic branch.
The idea of him, like, happily, like, oh yes, it's very evil, yeah, very evil.
Contains the history of the ethnic branch.
If I go too much more cartoony, he'll become Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
That Sarkaz branch not only enjoys long lifespans, but can even transcend the shackles of physical form and exist in the world in a purely spiritual state. They have been dubbed the Revenants. The pronunciation can be a bit esoteric, but I'm sure you'll find some records in Victorian. Silence, have you ever considered what chimerism does at the level of the soul?
Soul chimera?
This revenants, the so-called soul in ancient originium arts and Sock has witchcraft, can they produce a posteriori? You... What the fuck did you say? Are you trying to create an artificial consciousness? You've always been my finest student. This is something that I've been working on for decades, too little available. Well, that is until Ferdinand told me that he and Dorothy had jointly produced this particular transmitter. You cannot begin to imagine how excited I was, Silence. I realized, like, we have been giving Dorothy, like, $5 when every other section gets, like, millions, and she is still turning out this shit. Am I the only one that's like, that's crazy? Maybe we should have, like, if Control had just, like, given her the money that she gave the other sections, I think she literally could have just, like, this whole process, I think she could have just actually have found someone to do it. You can't imagine to begin how excited I was, Silence. I was absolutely sure that the properties of the transmitter were sufficient to form the soil from which the artificial consciousness could be born. However, in this land, disturbances will always exist no matter how sophisticated the lab is. These disturbances have plagued me for the longest time. There are so many possibilities. Perhaps the energy used to excite the transmitter was insufficient. Perhaps the laboratory was not sealed off enough. Perhaps Originium interferes with the generation and aggregation of consciousnesses. But none of that matters anymore. All mysteries will finally be unraveled today.
Oh, the Arcdice CC stream. What time is it for you, French Fry? It's 10 a.m. for me. I woke up now. I woke up what, 4 hours ago. Cause I'm a ways off going to sleep.
There are so many possibilities. Oh. This will be my final research project. The most optimal research environment is about to take shape.
Professor Barvis, you're responsible for transmitter. You're using transmitter to solve Arco 1's accuracy control problem. This is the new transmitter core.
Kirsten wanted to do something meaningful. She saw us taking a risk. She thought her work had to be... She thought her work to be meaningful. I hate to be a critic of my peers' efforts, but let's be honest, we researchers have been cowards for far too long. Mediocrity, boredom, risk aversion, indecisiveness. Silence, those of us with the knowledge and ability have to do more than just explore or progress. We carry science upon our shoulders, are commanded by it, are driven by it. It requires us to take on responsibilities that only a strong soul can endure. Usher in a new era.
Usher in a new era.
Silence, you deserve to be here with me to witness the crowning achievement. Soon, very soon now, the dark ages of mediocrity will come to an end and the pantheon of science must return.
You're shaking all over. I've rarely seen you like this. Is our face criminal from your end? Be ashamed? Dorothy is canonically underpaid. Like, Originium Arts is canonically underfunded comparatively. Dorothy, canonically gets less money. She does more with less, but she canonically gets less money. She has less people, like, working under her. She canonically is the one with, like, the least resources. And she still absolutely cooks. Absolute genius, Roingus. Roingus Cinema.
Is that so? Perhaps the transmitter's reaction is getting a bit too intense. Maybe I really am getting too old. I'm sure you can relate with me, Silence.
Yes, I can. I can see you've been really looking forward to this moment.
Of course!
And there's one thing I have to make clear. I will destroy this transmitter core.
Was?
I mean, I'm putting a stop to everything that's happening here. Whether it's Control's plan or just your personal ambitions. All this has to be re-examined. That's what I'm here for.
That girl shook your allegiance to science, but I've always believed that you had the makings of a researcher. And as such, I never really blamed you. But this time, whether or not this is some ridiculous joke, I'm not going to stand for it. I'll have you apologize to me, Silence.
I won't take back a single word I said, Professor. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Be it back then or now, I'm without flaw. What you people are really after is wanton power. All my enemies are ontologically wrong. Therefore, anything I do or say to you is justified.
That's absurd. You couldn't be more wrong, Silence. That's right. Say what you will about me craving power, because I know what kind of research is important and what kind of researcher can shape the future. The context right hit you with a plastic cup and a string. When the little cup on Kirsten's desk moves, she knows Dorothy needs to get in touch. What are you going to regurgitate the old platitude about science belonging to the masses? 9! Let me tell you, Science, the science belongs to the Ubermenschen, the Supermen. The mediocre can go elect their politicians and kiss the feet of their betters, but only science is above their meddling. What about you, then? Are you a part of the Ubermenschen you aspire to? That ship has already sailed for me. But if the consciousness I create is rational enough, grand enough that it can... It can't, Professor. If you don't even have faith in humanity, what makes you think this nascent consciousness can supersede everything? You don't understand. You put your heart and soul into the field of chimeric research, attempting time after time to create powerful creations through bioengineering. Is that all because you an old-ass bitch? You can't run from your own weakness. Me? Silence, I won't allow you to sow baseless speculations around like that. This is my last hope to break free from mediocrity. Forever says Ubermenschen? Yeah, he says it. Yeah, I made a joke about it in my damn Lonetrail Poorly Summarized. I think I changed the name of that video to Lonetrail Abridged at some point, but like, yeah, I made a joke about Parvis being on 4chan too often. I didn't expect to see you here, my former defense colleagues. That's right, Director Saria. That's right, Director Saria. Former colleagues. We're employees of the Components Control Section. Components Control. You aren't allowed past this point. Boom, boom, slice. You're doing a better job than last time. I appreciate the sentiment. You all know what Kirsten's trying to do. All this accomplishes is, I don't know, and I don't particularly care. You know my ID number from Ryan, Saria? 11. That was before Jara came. Kirsten and I interviewed you, James. Back then, I'd offer some other companies, Volvort Kaczynski and Beachbrella, but I didn't give them a second thought, because I always believed in you. You and Kirsten, I believed you two were different from the rest of them. Yeah. So it's like an actual line. I think I have the actual, like, a line, like a screenshot of it. In that part of the video. I think I have like the actual line from the event in that part, kind of highlighting it. That was just your ego speaking, James. This whole place is about to crash. I'd recommend you hurry up and grab an escape pod. I'll wait here until the moment we crash, but before that, want to see something spectacular, Saria? Nasi described it to us. Saria notices the entire corridor shifting. Is that... I've never seen the land from this high up before. The hammer has begun altitude adjustment. Out of the way, there's no time. Damn it, what's going on? This blasted thing's spinning. If I had to guess, this would be the altitude adjustment mentioned in the technical manual, which is the step right before secondary excitation. Sir, do you need my help? Why are the doors in these corridors shut? Where's Ferdinand? He slipped away just now. Go after him! Right, are there no defense systems here other than the partition doors in the corridor? But I ain't saying it, this place will be stuffed full of power armor. Freeze, Ferdinand. Got you. I need you to leave me alone, Colonel. Every minute is precious, and dealing with you would waste all my energy. I thought we were peas in a pod, Ferdinand. Sober rationalists who would weigh the pros and cons of a decision. I didn't realize you weren't a Sigma male. Dancing because you're serious and man clearly born in the wrong time zone. Yeah, there's some... Lonetrail might have just the best random, like, lines that catch you off guard. Looks like I had the wrong read on you. Come with us. The beam excitation reading is 1.22. A constant should be introduced here to renormalize the entire formula. What the hell are you talking about? I'm laughing at you, Blake. I'm laughing how pathetic you are. Your power, your medals, your rank in the DoD. You never lost sight of those. But now we're standing at an altitude that few have ever touched, surrounded on all sides by scientific miracles. Just by reaching our hands out, we're on the cusp of plucking new formulae from these instruments. Take a good look here. All the honors and accolades you've come to are so small, so insignificant. But what about your Rhine Lab, Ferdinand? Haven't you been fixated on that? Let me make a correction. I've been fixated on what Rhine Lab represents. This also is an image that goes hard as fuck. This also is an image that goes hard. Bro is, do you see all of the like guns, all the like weapons pointed at him, and bro's just like, shut the fuck up. Should he know that? I mean, do we know that he would know that? If he's just like if he's just like a precursor, just like, again, like what I was saying about like, if it's not your field of science, you're kind of a layman. If his field of science is not like specifically related to space travel, or honestly like engineering this spaceship, why would he be able to give that? See, Friston's smart, but he's not infallible. Ron Lab's my toolbox, my lad and my arm, but it's not my purpose. In case you've forgotten, I can proudly proclaim that I'm one of the finest high-energy physicists in the land. Now, in both the land and the skies, what I've been fixated on has always been science itself. Kirsten, she created all this and let it go to waste. Truly prodigal genius she is, and I envy her. But I also have to admit it's been an incredible ride. And so each and every second of my time is immensely valuable. And I can't afford to waste a moment on you. Listen to me, Ferdinand, don't forget you take orders from and who gave you your new lease on life. Colonel, do you know how to stop a curious scientist? You either satisfy him, or you kill him. Alright, get it over with, don't waste time. One last thing I'd like to remind you of, soldiers. The hammer will crash after reactivation, taking all of us with it. All this data might seem might mean nothing to you, but your lives, I trust, are very important. If you want to know where the escape pods are, you shouldn't be in such a hurry. As for you, Blake, I'd save an extra bullet. Either for yourself or the one you answer to. Doesn't matter to me. Just don't break my instruments. He is so goated at this moment. Oh, unfortunately, chat, you know what time it is. I've been drinking. We gotta take our first piss break of the session. But we're cooking right now. Oh, good. I gotta say, rereading these concluding chapters, like rereading the first chapters of Lonetrail, it was really good. But rereading these concluding chapters, it's like welcoming an old friend that you haven't seen in a while. There's things that are incredible that I kind of forgot. And just getting a second read through gives you a deeper, like, feeling on it. Like, Silence and Holyoke I definitely dislike less right now than I did before the reread. Again, I still don't particularly like them. Especially Holyoke. I still don't... she's not a likable character in the first place, so, like, that's kind of not surprising. But... I'm beginning to see what they were trying to do more clearly. Is it's a little weird and a little bit kind of contradictory to some of the things they imply. Also, I still think that Holyoke's theme is weird because it's good, but like it feels like it's for a completely different character. Her theme does not feel like it's for her. Either way, I'm gonna take a piss. We'll be back in a moment. Enjoy the Minecraft parkour. He's in the ice right now. Enjoy that while I'm gone.
Steve, love a chicken, yeah, dig to yourself. You're like an iPad kid with this Minecraft parkour playing. You must keep viewers' attention. We must keep their attention. Alright. I've been memorizing the basic structure of the central nervous system lately, over and over again, from the top to bottom. Isn't that one of the assignments they give you in an intro biology course? Yes, it's one of the absolute fundamentals. If I were to ask this question to any of my students, should they be some for even a second, I would drop that grade down to a C. But these days, I haven't been able to recite it from memory, not even a single time. The stopping part of I keep forgetting. I keep starting from the top, going around in circles. Every morning I sit from 5 to 7 at the breakfast restaurant across from the Rhine headquarters and I give it my best shot. My nerves are deteriorating. Everything I've studied my whole life is now abandoning me in this moment. Maybe in 5 or even 3 years' time I'll become a demented old man who can only bask in the sun, having forgotten all the pride and fulfillment I've enjoyed over the past 58 years. Wow, me and Jara are like the same age. You would not be able. The years have been much kinder to her than they have to me, huh? Silence, I refuse to go out like this. Professor, my fate is already sealed. Now get out of my lab. Don't you dare touch it. No, you speak of Ubermenschen and strong souls. People like that might actually exist. People capable of transcending time, limitations, and this very land itself. But Professor, you suck! Your words are of the weak, mediocre masses you so ridicule. They're the desires of a human. Transcending time, limitations, and this land itself? In the myths of Minos and Kara, gods are the bestowers, masters, and deciders of all things in creation. But science is by no means a god. It's just a path for people to traverse. It needs to be examined from time to time, repaired from time to time, and reined in from time to time. The fruits it bears should not be the grandiose vision of megalomaniacs, but precisely the mediocre expectations of the masses. No, get away from it, Silence! It's over, Professor. What you need is rest and recovery. After this, I'll take you to the hospital. The transmitter hub has been destroyed. I threw a Minecraft splash potion of damage at it. No, Silence, you're going to force me to be mid forever! Back in my days in Lytanian, I had all the hot goat beaches on my dick, but now I am mid! No! Be it your experiment or Kirsten's plans, without the transmitter there shouldn't be... transcending this fairyland! Yes, perhaps. I made another tremendous achievement that I did not notice. I just happened upon it without investing much time into it. As a matter of fact, it didn't even arise from one of my own projects. But that doesn't matter, does it? Of course, why hadn't I noticed? We've all been drawn in by her. From the very beginning, we've always walked the same path. The old man stares blankly at the display panel. On the monitoring screen, the giant man-made rings suspended atop the sky zenith is illuminated by the beam of energy gathering within it a majestic platinum. Perhaps because the transmitter was destroyed, or perhaps because the scoring of the beam was too intense, the hammer starts to shake slightly. Why? Has the transmitter signal not stopped? Let me ask you, Silence, if you have no way of becoming a leader, then what is the shame in being a follower? If I admit my weakness and indecisiveness, then is it not a perfectly valid option for me to follow a truly strong soul, is it not? This was meant to be my backup plan, but now... What are you doing? I've suffered mediocrity for too long. I can still catch up to her. She too must shine. All my hard work, all of my pursuits must have meaning. At least, this is much better than becoming a vegetative old man. The energy density is already sufficient as long as... Professor, Barnabas, what are you doing? Silence feels the transmitter's influence on her fading. At the same time, the consciousness of the elderly Caprine in front of her is rapidly dissipating. When the transcendent one sets out on her journey, I do hope that on her long, long path, she won't mind being followed by a creepy old timid hitchhiker who's just very infatuated with that ass. At least I can become a part. Silent, look. Are you merging your consciousness with the transmitter to make up for the hub's destruction? No! Drat, these data. What's gonna happen if the phases are thrown completely out of order? You wouldn't say, you say this data. You don't say these data. Like these data points, maybe. You don't say these data.
Then I stop these responses. Professor Barvis, this is completely futile. Your consciousness can't be preserved within the transmitter. The transmission will only destroy your nervous system. It'll turn all of the cells in your brain into little mini gerboas bouncing around. None are powerful enough to survive that.
Data is plural, but you wouldn't say that. You'd say this data. Yeah. If you were to add data points, then you'd say these data points. But for data, you just say this. To upload himself? Yes. He has uploaded himself into VR chat, Rodjack. He has uploaded himself into the new hub. Into his modded copy of VR chat. A faint sigh, perhaps a slight chuckle. Part of his body has become an empty shell. No longer hosts any conscious will. All his attachments, all his cowardice, dissipated without a trace. Professor! Within the monitor, the trembling of the hammer seems to gradually calm down. He completed his experiment in a most unexpected way. No. How could this? Silence! Silence! Silence, are you in here? Aye. So you really were here. Step back, I'm coming in. I finally found you. You got me scared to death, Silence. When I saw you snatch the car keys off the soldiers and floor it out of there, I knew you were about to do something really, really dangerous. This place is crazy scary. Not only is this place crawling with soldiers up above, but I even got a real jump scare from that exploding energy beam. Efrent, why are you? To save you, of course, duh! Should I learn how to drive? Real shame you didn't get to see my mad skills. I crashed. With my driving skills, I might even get bumped up to elite op. I crashed. What's wrong, Silence? Why is Parvis here? Why isn't he moving? I don't know. In the end, he achieved his goal. On the other hand, I haven't really achieved anything. I was thinking, had I been more decisive? Had I been more determined? Efrent, how am I supposed to stop people like them? Such powerful, brightly shining souls. Will I never be able to reach Saria or Kirsten? Shut the fuck up! Dumbass motherfucker! I am no longer mid-Silence! I am an anime boy with many VR chat girlfriends! I am no longer mid! Finally, I have ascended! Do you know the way, Silence? Do you know the way? Stop joking around already, Silence. Efrent frenetically grabs Silence by the collar. This isn't the Silence she knows. You're the strongest woman I've ever seen, except Saria, and others, and Rosmontis, and Blaze, and nearly 80% of the women at Rhodes Island. All Rhodes Islands operate have their own special skills, but you're the best out of all of them. It's because you've done so much for me, so much that I'd be honest, I don't even know where to start. I pushed through everything. You and Saria both, you both overcame it all. I know, what you're trying to do is really huge and really complicated. The guys you're trying to stop might be real, also the guys you're trying to stop might also be really powerful and really hard to deal with. This is another nice CG. So that's why you should let more people help you. They have so many helping them out, so should you have to fight all by yourself? Obviously you have me, and Saria too, we're here by your side. Silence looks at the kid in front of her. Compared to 3 years ago, her complexion is less robust. Her body's also stronger. Her entire being brims with vitality. The girl's health is the product of her own efforts. It's just, when did she get so fucking tall? You're right. I need to get ready. I have to keep going. Silence, you're a 6-star operator now! Don Laffy is it really feminism if it's like, you're specifically the strongest woman I know. All those other women, mid. But I mean, Kirsten is like the ultimate genius of the age, so I guess, yeah, technically feminism in your Lonetrail. I need to get, and you, it's because of you. The shaft's output phase may be nearing completion, and it won't be safe in this building. Come, Efrent, let's get out of here. Also, someone's waiting for us to pick her up. Hi, Jara, I'm back. I fucked up.
As rudimentary as a toy as it may be, the spear of a secondary civilization breaking through the sky for the first time was enough to render this nascent world dumbfounded. Doctor, regardless of how you see yourself today, you'll find you need to hear the truth I speak. I chose to forsake my duty. I chose to forsake these lives that I've overseen for nigh immemorial eons. They are your kin, and thus you have the right to know. That's all.
What? My kin?
Person writes, giant hammer and shaft. It's been too long. Are the shadows of that civilization still deep within your memories, Doctor? Have any fragments floated to the surface? Priestess!
She is a baddie. She is a baddie. I mean, Doctor, she's a baddie. Doctor, stop fantasizing about your ex-wife baddie.
It seems there is at least something there. In any case, there's no point in rehashing the grand visions of the past. Use your imagination according to whatever impressions still remain. But regardless of what you remember, we ended up with far fewer survivors than you might imagine. From the great desperation that was the Preserver Project board. Special life support devices, unshakable underground fortresses. When the calamities receded, they would be the seeds of new life. But destruction came, sooner and more overwhelming than anyone could have anticipated. Though at the time people already come up with certain methods, most of them fail to understand, including she who stands beside you, let alone the blank state that is you. We were born out of desperation and not fully prepared. A pure advanced AI would only increase the risk, so one person made the ultimate sacrifice. This one volunteered to remain permanently trapped in a cage of consciousness within an electronic cloud, forever locked in an immovable sarcophagus deep underground.
So you mean, as of this moment, in every sarcophagus is a person yet to wake up? If here's the earliest chapter 8. Damn, Priestess is so cinema. Priestess, absolute Priestess cinema. I mean, Priestess is a much more interesting character than Teresa, at least. The one thing that I think any honest Teresa fan can admit is that Priestess is a more interesting character. Definitely, you could say not as likable, because, like, it definitely feels like the writers are like, you will like Teresa, you will like Teresa, we will make you like Teresa, here's all these good things, like Teresa. Whereas Priestess, lot more nuanced, that the writers seem to give us. It's mentioned earlier, too. I mean, yeah, Teresa gets mentioned in Dark Knight's Memoir, of course. So you mean as what? Correct, but none of them will ever wake up again. They lost that ability long ago. Even though you have no memory of who you are, you feel a part of your body spasm violently. A dull pain travels from your heart to the palms of your hand. For a moment, the name of this emotion eludes you. Your daily life at Rhodes Island often makes you forget the quandary at the core of your existence. Kin. Doctor? Kaltz hesitates to speak. You want her to say something to comfort you. You want her to be as omniscient as she always has been in the past. Offering you solutions, answering the questions you've always had. But you see only doubt and sorrow in her eyes. Sorrow is an uncommon emotion for her, even less so if that sorrow is for your sake. If you came here to stop Kirsten, turn and leave. Nothing is going to stop us, even if the meaning of her death is itself but a gamble. I've already made up my mind. The memory-bereft doctor in AMA 10 who has managed to survive to this point. If you have no other responses, then we have nothing more to say. No! No! Fuck you mean, no! What is it you want, then? Do you wish to recover your memories and the truth, or do you insist on stopping Kirsten? You can't accomplish any of it. Your amnesia is hardly so simple. You're just being pushed along numbly, thinking you've acquired faith in new ideals. Ignorant hope is but the harbinger of despair. But something we know so very well. Why not enjoy your hard-fought, renewed lease on life, and instead insist on broaching the truth? Do you really know anything about this land? The threat from the ocean grows day by day, while the mighty Adrian civilization remains arrogant as ever. They might be powerful now, but they still underestimate the ocean. Though the demons in the hollows deep within Sami's depths show little tendency to expand, they cannot be ignored. They're like cracks entrenched deep within the ice, presaging a collapse that may occur at any time. But these are only the fringes beyond civilization's soil.
They were never the immediate causes of our slain future. Inequality and prejudice, war and strife. The people are far from understanding the value of unity, are fundamentally unable to set aside differences and old grudges to talk about peace in the future. Good thing they cured that civilization's weakness in the fucking Path of Life. Path of Life is one of the worst events in the entire game story-wise. Don't at me. Slight spoiler for the 8 people watching right now. For the small number of people watching right now, slight spoiler for, I guess slight spoiler for the all events ranked video. Fucking hate Path of Life. God damn. Even when catastrophes descended, the cogs of Ursus's war machine did not stop turning for a moment. The peasants of Kashmir were not exempted from brutal punishment and taxation. Unity is an eternal dilemma. Even today there are those who cry for the wars of old, yet refuse to face the suffering as well as those who died in vain. They may not even be able to see those words. It's too soon. They're still too weak. A few lucid individuals do not represent the entire nation. Columbia will soon seize their side advantages from Kirsten, expand their appetite, extend their hypocritical forks and knives toward Bolivar, Sami, and Sargon. What Kirsten did is a far cry from a feat of strength scoping out the future of humanity. Even a slight deviation in all this will become but a clarion call for the next round of conquest. Is that what you, AMA 10 cults think of Terra now? Fine then. I understand. For one who has walked with the civilizations born of this land, your opinion holds referential value. Since you each have your own reasons for not wishing to budge, then let us test each other using the ancient ways. Compared to pure rhetorical persuasion alone, I'll need some more basal behaviors to evaluate your quality and revise the plan. Provided you are qualified. I accept. Debate. Allow me to explain in advance that things you've brought up are not outside my knowledge. Through Columbia's databases, I've heard of this history, but I must reassess whether the two of you have the qualifications and the ability to warrant discussing larger plans together. Whether or not Terra can remain in the hands of people like you. Whether you have the right to debate the future. The time Kirsten spent here with me goes beyond language. Hold on, you two. We are about to begin. In Path of Life. Well, Jack, Path of Life was mostly pretty boring, and then the ending is absolutely horrible, and I hate it. That's what I have to say about Path of Life. Oh. I feel calls Ferdinandian physics Ferdinandian physics that goes insanely hard. He is one of the goats. What can I say? I'm being teleported? This place. Doctor, you really don't remember me. Priestess? No, you're not. Yes, this is just her cognitive resonance. Originally, this technology was supposed to be used to check the vital signs of those sleeping in the sarcophagi, or to preserve their dignity. Just like entering your dreams, shaping your dreams. For you, I am that dream. So you're really just an illusion created by that machine? Close enough, but there's still a fundamental difference. Just as the philosophers and interlocutors did in their palaces of old, when thoughts collide and words are exchanged, cognition intermingles and the boundaries between self and non-self blurs. You currently play the role of the doctor in your dialogue with me, but in reality, I'm the one who plays the doctor, whereas you are actually me. But your consciousness is continuous. It's not equivalent to the illusion in front of you or your own image changing. The only word that can describe the sensation is dreamlike. You'll not see a cold and passive machine calling itself preserver, and that will not see the helpless and dazed you. It's only in dreams that our subjective perspectives are no longer distinct.
Come, don't forget this manner of cognitive resonance has a humorous name. Debate. Oh, of course, it is your subconscious mind that finds the word humorous.
Push open that door. Remains a question we must resolve. A question? Do you really have to test people in their dreams? No, it's not that I'm trying to test you. By all means, this is not one of Preserver's cryptic question and answer sessions, or one of Cult's rhetorical traps. The one who will pose this question is Doctor. What's that supposed to mean? Myself? Hold on. You, yourself, after losing your... Hello, Doctor! It is I, Tulula, from Ursus. You quickly got accustomed to life at Rhodes Island. You've always known that Cultset was hiding something from you. but over the years you've been overwhelmed by the challenges you face. It has even caused you to lose your will to pursue the truth. In other words, your curiosity about the truth ended with babble. When did you start thinking to yourself, this is fine? Do you really have that same obsession in the bottom of your heart to recover your memories? As more trust was built, certain truths gradually came to light, which even led you to self-doubt. But the two of you overcame these difficulties, which is why you're here today. But what about before that? Long before you took Amiya's hand in Chernobog, long before Babel. Who are you? What are you? Where are you going? Where am I?
Doctor, who are you? I'm Doctor, me? There's something I want to tell you, Doctor. The doctor I placed my trust in is one and the same, but the doctor who woke up in Chernobog and has fought by our side ever since. That's what I believe. It's what I've always believed. And in reality, Dr. Kaltzit and Teresa, do they really see the commander of Babel and the doctor of Rhodes Island as the same person? I don't know. I just don't know. All I remember is the doctor who was so kind to me, the doctor who saved me. But the true reality is, as Kaltzit says...
Amiya?
Oh, Dr. Kaltzit! The doctor is tired and needs rest. There's still much to think about and digest. If there's anything else you'd like to ask, come back tomorrow. Rhodes Island has a long future ahead of us, so there's no need to rush. Okay, sorry, Doctor. I'm sure I caught you off guard by asking this out of the blue.
Hardly. Actually, I also want to know. Don't dwell on it too much. There's not much time left before we reach the outskirts of Londinium. Londinium? The next thing on the itinerary is a meeting between of the elite operators. I mean between the elite operators, and we'll need you to sit in. Hurry, come this way. Why? Chernobog has fallen into a typical circumstance with regard to the infected. Rhodes Island, as we are now, cannot afford the risk of getting involved. The doctor will be her indispensable linchpin. Is this one you're talking about worth a dozen or more Rhodes Island lives? If it's worth it, then I'm on board, but if even a single operator raises a concern, then count me out. What? What? Don't move, Rhodes Island Commander. Now there's nothing that white-haired feline can do. Even if she could kill the captain, even if she could kill Patriot, she can't protect you. Have you ever thought about our lives? Have you ever looked at this land from our point of view? Of course not. You don't know a damn thing about the kind of bonds we share, how we've said goodbye to our parents, how we painted our cheeks with the ashes of our best friends. Killing a reunion fighter, depriving someone of his life, it's just like checking a box for you. What the hell do you think you are? Have you ever given a serious thought to what it means for us to live and die? It is interesting that, like... An RG? You mean the Arknight's ARG tape recording? Or is specifically energy? Or physics. It is interesting that kind of like, you know, we talk about like certain operators as like, man, they sure are like bad for like their crimes. But anyone who like murdered people in like the reunion arc, we just say, yeah, they kind of deserved it with self-defense. Like, we don't really care anything they've done. So, fair enough. Interesting. No, I haven't. Watch out, Doctor! Wait, Amiya! You're not always the main character of this world. Just like your life, your past. Take a look outside of the glass pane of PRTS. You never understand everything, or be everywhere at once. Only those who face the truth deserve to be called courageous. The ridiculous thing is, you don't have the slightest idea what the truth is. You've been kept in the dark, you don't understand it, and you're frustrated, even angry at your own ignorance. In the end, what more are you than the projection of the pincer beast in a bucket around you? They all want to use you for a measure of consolation. Use you for what they want to obtain. The reunion members already impaled by black arts point to the direction of those elite operators. When you follow their fingerprints, only a few foul beasts fly by. The crows.
Right. Now, how many among them? Alright, now how many among them face their own destiny? How many more stood behind Rhodes Island eventually becoming arrogant overseers? What about you? You think you can completely sever yourself from the past just because you've been shaped by new memories? Even if you can, how will you reconcile yourself with the new you? The onlookers know nothing about you, yet they want to become you and achieve their vulgar desires through you.
Are you truly worthy of trust? Do you need to be entrusted with such a heavy burden after you got me stabbed? I don't plan on abandoning my forgotten past, but if the past does not help me fight for Rhodes Island, I can only see it as insignificant.
This is not a matter you can decide on so cavalierly, Doctor. Can a criminal be exonerated of his sins just because he lost his memories? If a good person loses her memories, does that erase the good that she's done? For you in particular, your lost memories are not so simple. If you're wondering how, like, the 37 stab wounds got in my, like, chest, that's how that happened. Perhaps you yourself are not aware of what you've lost. What manner of answer, then, are you able to provide? Doctor! Hand! Take my hand! I'll find the meaning within it. That as the doctor, I'll make the correct choice. It's not the memories of the past that guide me, or the events from then to now that have reshaped me. I'm me, just as I've always been. Hi, Doctor. Glad to see you here now. I've been just fishing ever since I died. I've been fishing the eternal ocean. Oh my god, parkour over the Minecraft coral biome. I understand your thought process. Just as you've always been. Choice words from someone who cannot even recall events from a few years ago. Even when you come to grasp the truth, be it past or present, is it because you simply know it? Not because you remember it, right? You are a completely new person, but don't worry. You're also the version of yourself closest to your true nature. Because you've gained a chance to pursue hope once more, instead of despair, like in Danganronpa.
I can't see it. I can't. It's hard to see the words hope and despair and take them seriously once you play the Danganronpa games after they've been said 85,000 times. And you're like, oh my god, please stop repeating yourselves. Shut the fuck up. I know. Hope and despair, please shut up.
I'm truly curious about what the future holds for you, Kaltsit, and Amiya. Sadly, it's not a future that I'll be part of.
Teresa?
Don't worry about it. I'm just doing a little favor. After all, I'm just a phantasm born from the debate mechanism. Whether I'm real or fake was never that important to begin with. But please remember, whether or not it came from the deepest recesses of your consciousness, just as I've always been, this will become the most important footnote of your life. Only when you truly realize the significance of the words you blurted out, can you live up to those who love you and those you love. We should all grasp our own destinies. That way there'll no longer be any such thing as preordained destinies in this land. It's the only antidote, but also the poison that can destroy everything. What hinders us is neither originium nor catastrophe, neither sea nor sky, but rather ourselves. Believe in Amiya. Believe in Kaltsit. The dark, endless night is quickly approaching, and you must become our sole ray of light. Until next time.
Hope is an enigma.
Much like anything other than Oingus is an enigma, unfit to be considered reality. Fake.
Lame, not based. Alright, we're at scene of 10 before. Over here. Surround her, don't let her through. Attention, all forces, get ready. The feeling of weightlessness returns. Calcium crystals go rapidly, tethering Saria's hand to the corridor floor. The second disorder wave is starting. Disorder. Gnostes magnum opus. You've been following me around for the last couple of days. Does defense have nothing else to do? 16 of your Rhine Technological Park modifications do not comply with our established safety regulations.
Disorder.
You...
Abandon the sense of balance inside your mind. Instead of fighting the chaos, try adapting to its rhythm instead. Find what you've been looking for?
You reconfigured several key structures in the park. You don't seem to be following any rules, but the connections between the components make sense. You have never imagined that structures like these would be possible.
A linear language constructs most people's imagination. If you have a specific future in mind, you must first construct a dialogue with the destination, instead of brute forcing a route.
Abandon balance. Perceive the destination. She frees up both her hands. The next shift in gravity comes abruptly, and as she hits the ceiling, she takes the opportunity to maneuver her trajectory, jumps over the soldiers hot on her tail. Calcium crystals follow in her wake, drawing an arc. A horizon arc.
Manipulating the rock calcium is the same way microbes change their composition. How very enlightening! The materials morph extremely quickly, are adaptable and combinable with its various organs, and thus have promising medical applications. This has been your research field ever since you've in college, yes? Why not continue? because it's dangerous. Are you referring to the ethical issues arising from the construction of artificial organs with this technique? More than that. Giving new techniques to doctors may save lives, but if they fall in the hands of criminals, they could also be reduced to weapons of destruction. Aha! I almost forgot how rich with calcium our bodies are. Therefore, I've determined that my research in this field must be suspended until effective control measures have been established. It's a terrible pity, you know that? If you ever change your mind, Ryan Lab could easily have 2 sections specializing in the life sciences. Ryan Lab needs a defense section more. I'm giving you my data in the hopes that you can combine our experiments to better evaluate the risks of the chimeric experiments. Don't go too far, Parvis. The cost of pushing our boundaries will be too high for us all. Then where does the boundary lie? Countless studies have shown that the evolution of life has not been a gradual process, contrary to the theories of the earliest scholars in the field. We wouldn't be sitting here right now, so you've only been taking one step at a time. However, I mean, it is a gradual process. Evolution. There's definitely times where it gets accelerated. There's specific environments that cause the process to occur in a greatly accelerated manner. But you need knowledge of thousands of years to understand the truth of your. You have to have full. You have to be fully in tune with the herbaceous knowledge that you can acquire. Furthermore, if we presume that there is indeed a boundary drawn by a higher will that determines how we should be acting, shouldn't we try to look it in the eyes first before we decide to kneel or raise a flag of rebellion? A boundary. This corridor is also a boundary. Keep walking along the corridor, we'll never reach where the eye is. The hammer. This ring-shaped laboratory has, from its inception, been designed to subvert people's perceptions. It's a realization of a person's dreams. The real product of Ryan Lab's components control section. The combined wisdom of practically every Ryan Lab director. Sorry is familiar with how each of them operate. In the past, she not allowed herself to think in the same way. This makes no sense. No, it doesn't matter. I have long been disgusted with this wall. L-wall. The telescope we borrowed from the Stargazers Association broke down. Don't worry about it. The view here's great. You can see many stars with just the naked eye. Well, you go look for a nice place to sit down. I'll try fixing it. Wow! Oh, great. Superhuman Lady Saria? I'm so curious. Is there honestly anything you can't do? I recommend you check my personal course electives. I won't be able to do anything I'm not studying. You're a terrifying studying machine. Wow, it's so cold today. What a candy? Cream puffs? Hot chocolate? Consuming sweets this late at night is not conducive to good health. Shut the fuck up! Boring! Kirsten, look at that rock. What do you think it looks like? Oh, come on! It looks like Saria, right? It's so hardy and it shines so perfectly. Like the stars. Kirsten grabs the shining stone and looks up. She seems to be comparing it to something. She moves the rock around. Something's wrong. There should be a star here, but there isn't one. I've done so many calculations, and yet I haven't figured out the trajectory of the stars. You failed so many times. You still believe it's measurable? I prefer to say that I don't believe. I don't believe in all the rules I've been taught. I don't believe that humanity will never be able to pierce through the star pod, let alone believe the stars are only as small as we see them. There's no way you would believe we can fly all the way to the stars, right? I thought only a kid would believe stuff like that. Children, poets, and scientists. Whoever said that I wasn't one. Scientists do not believe that dreams are false, because what they're essentially doing is proving to humanity that dreams can't come true. Gosh, you really have a one-track mind. So Karsten, whenever Ryan Lab becomes a fully fledged public company, are we going to keep that lab on the name or change it to Ryan something else? Say ecology. Sorry is research in bioengineering and microorganisms. The two of us are down to keep it nice and generic. 2 against 1, us and the life sciences. Just kidding. I mean, you're dead set on soaring through the skies. And your field is high energy physics, so wouldn't you want to call it Ryan Physics instead? No. We'll stick with Ryan Lab. It's a good name. I want to know exactly what the stars we're looking at are. I want to know what's outside the barrier and casing around us. I want to know if we really managed to walk among the stars and look back from over there, what kind of land we've actually been living on. All the questions I seek have mostly to do with just me. All the questions I seek have mostly to do with not just me, but we. And we are all being trapped in this teensy tiny corner. How are you planning to compensate me for breaking my vivarium, Saria?
You knew Kirsten's plans from the very beginning.
Are you talking about Arco 1 or the Galeria Stellaria?
Arco 1 was never more than a front to deceive the military. A pile of scrap paper that was never feasible. Galeria Stellaria is the real laboratory here, or you could also say the name of this aircraft. It certainly is a name that she would come up with.
Yup, the only thing she fucking thinks about.
So you replicated your vivarium up here. Is Kirsten intending to break through the barrier with it?
Just tearing the star pod open won't be enough for her, you know.
Without a doubt, her fixation was never the barrier, but the reach beyond even but the realm beyond that even our ancestors have yet to reach. She truly wants to step inside that deep outer space. Let's leave everything that can be left behind in that dimension. And that includes
each and every life present in this vivarium. As soon as I heard about the Galeria Stellaria project, I started gathering a variety of plant species that might be able to survive in the environment outside the barrier. I just checked. There's 753 different types here. Kirsten put them all in this lab. I'm pretty happy about it. We'll be able to find our answer together real soon.
You want to know if life can exist among the stars? And especially yourself.
Yep, my people and I have been trapped in this cage that just continues to shrink. As time goes by, we can only follow what happens to water that can't be contained, wind that dissipates, trees that wither and vanish from this ever-changing land. And then she said to me, then let's go. This land is not your home, but beyond it, there might just be a space untainted by Originium that will really accept you and your people.
A mere hypothesis. So far, no instrument has managed to penetrate or even approach the barrier. There's no basis to assert the possibility of Originium's absence beyond the barrier, let alone the total lack of evidence to suggest that life can survive in the depths of outer space.
I know. It's just a dream. There's no evidence or data to support it. It goes against all the scientific knowledge I have, but scientists don't believe that dreams are false because what they're essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true.
The move couldn't work, you couldn't work because Kirsten couldn't remember all of the Squishmallow names. Kirsten would not remember a single one of them. Uma really is just love messing with Saria. I mean, to an extent. The Rhodes Island Night OSC, yeah. It's a pretty relaxed one. To an extent, definitely. Mumu, I mean, she is the liar. She is the gaslighter. That is kind of that's kind of her thing. I remember Kirsten said that.
Yep, she's the same as ever. What about us? Saria, have we changed at all?
Water spreads out like hands in all directions, pinning Saria to the wall. Saria's never seen water this fierce out of Mulzi's. It's like a waterfall or like a tsunami. As if the water is howling. Calcium crystals continuously grow from Saria's hands, but they fail to take form under the sweeping waves. She tries to find Mulzi's, but all she finds in stream after stream of water are the eyes of an elf hidden in the depths of each wave. Eyes filled with serenity and grief. The water is howling, but the elf is crying. Bob? Hasbro series number 7 BBD. Yeah. I think Mumu is just a bit of a silly gal.
I really wish we could be together forever, just like on that starlit night. There's no way I can hold on to the both of you at the same time. Dancing in threes really is too hard.
Gah.
I won't give you a chance to stop her, because 2 against 1. This time I'm on her side.
Well, Aziz.
Sleep, Saria. Go to sleep. You're all black and blue and probably about to pass out. There's no need for you to keep fighting, because our dreams are about to come true. So just close your eyes, and the water will take you away from here. By the time you wake up, Curse and I will have reached our destination.
No! Shut the fuck up!
The solid calcium crystal does not stab at the water in vain, but in the side of the bulkhead. Saria is well aware that the next disorder is about to happen. Warning! Energy overload initiated. All secondary compartmental gravity systems and tampers have failed. Attention all personnel, energy overload initiated.
What why would it suddenly...
Sudden? No. You were right. Kirsten's never changed. Instantaneous gravitational shift caused the streams of water to lose direction. The enamel piercing through the bulkhead firmly fixes Saria on the spot, but Willsey is tossed outside along with the water. Saria! You're the same as ever. Whenever you get nervous, you forget just how fragile your body is. No! Catch me! I don't want to leave! Not alone! The energy overload is starting. When it's done charging, the entire platform will collapse. Even if you can get close to, or even break through the barrier, the core cabin will not last long enough. Kirsten wants to save you, as do I. You! Yes, I want to bring her back. Millsies, after gravity returns to normal, leave this place. What happens next is between the two of us. Saria, no! I gotta hold on to something! Authentication failed. Your clearance has expired. Galeria Stellaria Vivarium access denied. Your clearance has expired. Galeria Stellaria Vivarium access denied. Saria, you dummy, blockhead, knucklehead, open the door! I've really been abandoned again? Saria, I hope you make it.
Saria stands at the door leading to the deepest part of the lab, knowing her target's just inside. However, before she can even condense the calcium crystals on her hand, the door lock automatically releases. Compared to the previous area, filled with instruments and equipment, this place feels more like a temple to the stars. A sphere made of smooth and flawless metal shows off its dazzling beauty under the soft light. Spheres of varying sizes slowly glide on predetermined orbits one after another, with their paths changing now and then. The irregularities intertwine with each other. But contrary to expectations, they form an indescribable sense of harmony. Whether it be the position of the stars, or how precise the orbit shift, the planetarium exceeds the imagination of any astrologer. But in the very next moment, those devoted to the stars would probably fly into a rage. They'd probably fly into a rage. These so-called astrologers are basically misguided zealots and fucking stupid. For the past 1,000 years, they've committed themselves to tracking the trajectory of the stars. Every trajectory change that occurs signifies a new revelation, or a meaningful omen to them. Their behavior is not necessarily incomprehensible. The fact that the stars move without a trace is enough to terrify most people. To believe that the stars are mere pawns of an undiscoverable being, that their movements and trajectory changes hold any meaning, is obviously the more assuring choice. However, Kirsten extends a hand toward the planetarium. The dome of a Galeria Stellaria enveloping the ceiling suddenly opens itself. False starlight floods the laboratory. Kirsten makes a series of gestures with her hand, and in an instant the planetarium completely transforms. Fake. The stars begin to move erratically. False. Several stars collide with one another, though they do not shatter. The sound of them crashing into each other instantly destroys the silence in the room. Fabricated. However, Kirsten's expression does not change at all, as if everything is as it should be. If the trajectories are really just invisible, then how have we avoided colliding with other stars throughout the last millennium? Are we so special to have avoided such a fate so far? What kind of land have we actually been living on? Where exactly are we headed? These questions, I've whispered them in your ears too many times to count. Can you help me move that planet over there, Saria? Gotta take a look. This is one of the this might be my favorite. Actually, you know what, there is one CG that I like more. This is my second favorite CG from the event, probably. Although, you know what, maybe it's for a name one. There's so many good ones. Holiak getting strangled is up there. Doomed girly pop. A small metallic sphere passed by Saria's hand. Star. Instead of touching it, she lets it fall out of orbit. What a shame. I've been fiddling with these planets before we break the barrier. No matter how many times I try, they just refuse to stay on the right track. Stop this, Kirsten. We still have time to turn back before you hit the barrier with the Galeria Stellaria. Galeria Stellaria? Isn't it exactly how I had described it to you before? A pity that you'd already left Ryan Lab by the time I built it. But I knew you'd come back, the very moment when my dreams were about to be realized. You'd be there, whether or not you're with me, or against me. This time, it's my turn to make the first move. Kristen lifts her hand, revealing the exoskeleton operating system that Saria is most familiar with, and gently makes a fist. Silver liquid spews out from the planetarium behind Kirsten. In a single instant, all the planets are thrown out of their orbits, rushing toward a single position, at a speed too fast for the naked eye. The entire galaxy pours down on Saria. Oh, yeah. There's just flashing some things. Oh, you know what? You know what, chat? For the vibes, you know, for the vibes, the ST3 will listen to Control's wishes.
Was your background for a while? Maybe. I don't remember.
Also, yeah, thinking about it. No, it wasn't the Clooney one. It's another CG from this event. That was my background for a while. The stars crash to the ground. Someone lifts a head from the pristine white debris scattered all over the floor. What's the matter, Control? You were faster before. Since you weren't able to kill me, I'll launch my counteroffensive. Don't blink. The stars struck down by Saria refloat, setting off on a new trajectory. Kirsten's fingers flick to the side. Saria's legs suddenly feel 1,000 times heavier. The gravity shifted. You used this trick to send Wilsies away, but it won't work on me. The yellow grows beneath Saria's feet like a pair of heavy-duty boots, holding her in place. She begins to move forward, step by step. Instead of refining the way you generate calcium particles, you simply increase the release speed. The enamel you're generating has gotten even more brittle. A hardy resistance. It isn't enough to cross the finish line. Metal Planet shatters the enamel barrier, hitting Saria on her shoulder. Saria does not cease her advance. It happens twice, then thrice. Saria continues to speed up. Saria, stop. Stop. That's what I said to you. I can tell you about my plans. I know. Then why do you insist on stopping me? There will be no other victims in this plan. I just want to set off some harmless fireworks over the sky to try those. The moment Hammer finishes his job, both the military and Maylander will breathe a sigh of relief. Residents of Triumphs will be momentarily captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them. Soon enough, their focus will be directed towards other, more deserving concerns. Rhinelab might be the most affected party here. There's their control, possibly several directors, and the confidence of powerful Colombian organizations. Then you should have stayed on the ground. Clean up the mess, protect those who might be hurt by this, and carry our Rhinelab to the crisis. You've always been good at that. You forgot again. I resigned a long time ago. People like Blake like to call scientists mad, and we couldn't care any less. But science is supposed to be rational. Kirsten, when I first heard the story of your parents, I thought they shouldn't have seen an ending like that. They hadn't perished in that accident. They returned before hitting the barrier. They would have brought back incomparably precious data, as well as the possibility of a second attempt. I admire their will and determination, but I've never been one to approve of sacrifice, even justified and inevitable. Ferdinand, Nasty, Parvis, they and many others always thought me too conservative. They see me as a stickler for the rules, obstructing all of you. Can a woman like this even be called a scientist? Even I myself have asked this question. You're the most dedicated truth seeker I know. The truth. Truth is the inertia that comes after order. I believe science can bring us truth, and truth can restrain madness, bring about a better society for everyone. Us Voovers have always been accompanied by an instinctive madness. For as long as we can remember violence, savagery, we took an extremely long time just to step out of the chaotic darkness. And now we raise originium slugs and get forgotten about in Black Steel events. Cinema, Rodjack, would be mine. It would be cinema. Laffy, you can't use space autism. You can't use two words just without the space. That's not how using one word works. You can't just put two words and then don't put a space. This isn't German. This isn't German. You can't do that in English. That's what I was taught ever since I was small. I use reason to control myself and desperately want to confront the madness I see in all of you. But you can't do it. Sorry, if you intend to hold on to Rhinelab by your lonesome, you are sure to be disappointed. Because humanity's thirst for progress is inherently undefeatable. A type of desire, a type of madness, but also a natural instinct, and the fuel that's brought us from the desolate barren lands to where we stand. This is true to some degree. Like, progress and advancement is something of a natural instinct and something that is learned. That's why we're here. As I said, that's why, we're all... That's why I'm able to stream to all of you that are able to watch this story on a computer, being streamed to your computers in real time. That's why I've come here, and not for a fight.
The heavy stars fall on her like a rock slide. The gravity controls the airflow to howl at her entire body. Calcium crystals crumble from head to toe, but the mountaineer is determined to greet the storm with her own form. Kirsten, I almost admitted my own defeat while searching for you, until someone said to me that I should return to the origin. So on my way here, I've been looking back at where we all started. Yes, I dread losing control, but it's not a fear of chaos, but a fear of regression caused by it. So I must progress onward as humanity must, because for us the trek is far from over. Indeed, to this day, humanity still lives in the dark. After all, we can't even see through the sky hanging over our heads. The road is long, very, very long. We hold more knowledge than the average bystander, so we must shoulder heavier responsibilities. We should ahead of them, eliminate any dangers, and carefully lead them on the path forward. A real pioneer should be clearing the way for all humanity, instead of jumping headfirst into the abyss never to return. That is my foundation, and I will stand by it. Damn, that's pretty impressive. Caught you. She's weathered the storm. She crosses the galaxy. The final calcium crystals spread from one palm to the back of another, and the middle exoskeleton begins to tremble. The synthetic stars ceaselessly revolve around the two in unison. Everything else around them is sunk into chaos as a result of their arts colliding and destroying each other. Only the Protector's will remains as unshaken as the Earth. You're always slightly late. And you're always slightly early. Been waiting long, Kaltzit? Not really. I thought you'd be next. You're like a microcosm of everything that happened in Ursus. I'm sorry. I really am. Sorry? For what? You knew my husband and I were already doomed when we made our decision at the Research Institute. You're not the type to get depressed. No, perhaps you might have even become more depressed in the last century. No. I held regrets and maybe even remorse towards your story, but not much sorrow. Talking about your daughter. Polonic doesn't live in the better era that you wish for. An era where hate and violence have been forgotten. Same goes for Ludmilla. Crownslayer mentioned. Like I said, you're like a microcosm, Lilia. Or as they say in your League of Legends patch notes, Wilwia. You and Polonic have an unbreakable bond formed of hatred and blood. A microcosm. I've seen it many a time. A futile destruction. Sounds like you're tired. You weren't created to be a savior. You can't level a mountain with a finger or destroy a city with your eyes. Just think of what kind of plebeian would hope that if you were invincible. Would hope that you were invincible. Do those fools think they could uphold a civilization teetering on the edge of collapse with just violence? There might be some with such a hope. They hope that I can bring them a future. Hope to survive in my country. Hope for a victory under my command. You failed them because you're just Kaltzit. Our conversation has yielded no answers. Yes, you've admitted it. You're tired. But why? You're always on the path of avoiding their self-destruction. But the power you hold is just that minuscule. There's no way you can teleport from Victoria to Ursus or monitor every Sarkaz on Terra to see what dangerous witchcraft they're delving into this time. Whatever you do just grows more and more futile. So you're starting to get impatient, right? And especially with, I know. You already know what you're afraid of, yet you're still able to keep yourself from thinking about it. Battling Teresa and Teresa's appear in front of you. Even your subconsciousness is practically begging for it. The same goes for your own determination, Kaltzit. You think people will treat you gently, and so that pair of siblings won't talk to you like this? How strange. You were so cold before that I never imagined you'd seek the warmth of others. From such a perspective, you really have become weak. Spring is chilly here. I'll catch a cold soon if I stay out any longer. We should go somewhere with a warmer spring. Shall we go inside? Sure. Snow? A rare outsider! You heading for the sacred mountain? Pilgrims as young as you rarely make it up here, but aren't you continuing your ascent? Legs got frostbitten? Sacred mountain? Are we in Kerag? Kerag, where is that? Is that where you're from? I wouldn't consider it as such. It's one of the most spectacular mountains on Terra. I once saw a group of destitute refugees settle and rebuild their lives in that paradise free of catastrophe. Oh, it must be a beautiful place then. Terra! It sounds so small. That's where you're from? Yes. I come from Terra. And you? Toward the mountain! We're born with this one goal. Born with it? We frolic among the trees on the mossy plains in our youth. Learned from the rocks, and in our prime we began climbing the mountain. We did so much groundwork at the foot of the mountain, weaving strands of dawn light into ropes, preparing a pair of shoes that won't be contaminated by the darkness of the night. And then we began climbing the mountain.
The road's long and full of obstacles, and we only harvest resources from the valleys. Fortunately for us, the sacred mountain is merciful and feed us with death. Should we dedicate our long lives to this mountain path in return? It must be an exhausting journey coming all the way here. Exhausting? No, no, no. The snow does not mourn, it's melting. This is all from the self-flattering efforts of others, while we're just climbers. What is the sacred mountain called, and what should I call you? This mountain is called a time, and us? We're just insignificant lives. Time is such a grand thing, isn't it? You should be well aware of this. Will the mountain change? Has anyone reached the summit? I don't know. What I mean by that is, maybe. I shout at the abyss of time. The response you'll receive is a gift from the sacred mountain. Time will not give you an automatic answer, but it will respond. Our predecessors called this respond fate. And fate is the echoes of the cries of life. Have you never done this before? Well, it seems there'll be a blizzard tonight. I should prepare dinner, and I'll find a place to set up camp. You need a place to rest? We can go together, girl. Sure, old man. I'd like to know, what's there to fill your stomach? Perhaps we'll be having despair, child. We had hope, now we need despair.
Caldsip promised, like, the families of both that she'd help them. She was a lot more successful with helping Folinic, one could say.
Maybe you can finish your prayers before dinner. Do your shouting before the blizzard blots everything from sight. Louder!
You will become yourself. Calcit, your judgment is rational. For this, I feel sorry.
Sorry for what? It's only myself.
Because I am your time. I single-handedly caused your distrust towards humanity, your pessimism, your dismay, and your impatience with no way out. However, from her and on her, saw a possibility. Out of your tendency to be overly cautious and anxious, you suspect that this feeling is merely misjudgment caused by your irritation. For all the world is breaking out of your knowledge and control, and the new you was only born not long ago. And yet you've considered it many times before, how much easier it would be if you could trust them instead. I am your time, Calcit, you omniscient fool. You forget the little day details. You are not a chosen savior. You should not be. You're not always right either.
Oh my god, Dorian, are you still here? Look, it's life.
You look at that. Desire to play Danganronpa is decreasing by the minute any mention of hope or despair. Even if you've already made up your mind. You know better than anyone else how limited time is, and there isn't much left. You should try giving up. Choose to trust someone you can believe in. You're not trusted because you are Calcit, nor to become Calcit because you're trusted. What is it, the fucking Jujutsu Kaisen meme? You are the echoes of the valley, water dripping off a cliff. Your responsibility is way beyond what your abilities can bear. And now, at least, there are people to share these responsibilities with. What you have lost and gained in this short period of the past few centuries far exceeds your former days. That you could only use for progress and evolution. Everything is about to end, Calcit, and you know this. Will you stay your passivity, your pessimism, your apathy? Don't forget your original question. Don't forget the answer that you nearly had. Go on, AMA 10. The meaning of your existence is far more than you yourself. The fat drawing gets relative. Yeah, I mean, it's something, it's like a squirrel, kind of. It's like, oh my, you know there's like the D&D owl bear? It's like an owl squirrel. Like the owl bear, this is just an owl squirrel. Let's stop here. Indeed, this is enough. And the doctor? Calming down elsewhere. I do intend to spend some time with you alone. I have a question for you, AMA 10 Calcit. Do it grip? For the past 10,000 years, have you really lived on this land? Yes. It seems you've changed quite a lot. We haven't interacted yet, but you shouldn't be your current self. What did you choose? I've seen wars lasting several millennia. the rise and coexisting of nations, and people growing from their misunderstandings and conflicts. But in the end, they all scatter to the wind, just like the sands of Sargon. But in the blink of an eye, history has already given birth to new children. I've seen the cycle repeat too many times. The cycle itself looms large and weighs heavy, and I'm fully aware time is running out. And then I ran into a unique opportunity. I once met two TCAs who were closer than any creature in any era to the truth of continuing civilization. The glaze is eternal. But now, you are as fragile as the trash on an asteroid belt. How can you possibly talk of continuing? Wait, you are saying the black cloud, the black cloud still remains on Terra. The Lord of Fiends, as the ancient TCAs called it. TCAs, those odd endemic life forms. What a fluke! I thought it would have been left behind on the Black Crown. I dislike the shape it takes on the physical plane. A crown leaves a bad taste. A crown points to royalty. This ancient imagery implies power. And this downward trend of collapse where the misunderstandings over ideology and race push surface civilization towards self-destruction. Within an extravagant mirage of peace and unity, the most direct method should be to use those powers to reshape the will of all living beings, and fuse them into a singular form. What can a false leader made of memories, emotions, and knowledge even achieve? Don't underestimate Amiya. She's a real one. Doctor, are you alright? Just need a breather. This thing has gone too far. Perhaps I've underestimated you, but that does not affect the ending already set in stone. You want me to believe that such a tiny piece of heritage is enough to change fate? Oh, it's over. The parkour is over. Oh no, we gotta find new parkour. This is not good. This is not good, chat. We have run out of Minecraft parkour.
No. The only advertising that comes is what's on my channel. Thank you to Orbital, no copyright gameplay. Or another, Minecraft, no copyright parkour. I mean, yeah, Rod, he talked about that. He hates, like, that the symbolism of the crown he sees is almost, like, corrupting the meaning and the purpose of it.
Heritage is humanity's sole achievement ever since our ancient ancestors learned to use tools and fire. Knowledge, culture, history, so-called civilization is nothing more than that. There will be a day when the Black Crown will no longer belong to Amiya alone, and we'll have to fight to survive no matter who the enemy is. You've chosen to fight for Terra. This is what you've decided? With this body, this identity, you are different from Kirsten or her kind. Your struggle is far from your original intent. Even Rhodes Island Reserve Op teams know the difference between fighting for themselves and fighting for others. We've done all our preparations. This great land of Terra is where I grew up. I'm an employee of Rhodes Island, a part of the ship sailing on the land called Terra. Infected is just too trivial a proposition. However, infected originium. And what about you, Doctor? I'm an employee of Rhodes Island. I also have a question for you, Trevor Friston. How has your time been in this equally long period of time?
Oh, yeah. It's back to lobby music, and it's immediately, yeah, this is Ad Astra. I am glad that events, when they started, like, having, like, a music from the event in the story.
The perturbation system has been lifted. Kirsten, tell me to stop the energy accumulation. Where exactly does the energy come from? This will be an extremely long story. I will try to crack the Galeria's control panel before I'm done listening. Saria, you know the history of this land is far longer than most realize. I believe every generation produces its own skeptics, just like my parents and I. Have our ventures really been completely fruitless? And was there perhaps a more ancient point in time that the sky hanging over us was not as we see it today? I remember. It was one of the establishing goals of Ryan Lab's scientific investigation section. Conventional exploration alone has already provided me with plenty of interesting information. After you left Ryan, I picked up some interests I had previously, and tried leaving the laboratory, heading to various corners of the world that mankind had scarcely set foot on. The purpose of these journeys was not to observe the sky. The stars are not not worth looking at. Came to this conclusion early on, after countless calculations. I only wanted to try and find more collaborators. Since the last Lithonian arts detector orb fell short at 500 meters below the barrier, the academic circles in most countries abandoned their research into the thing. So what I've been looking for, a voice that doesn't belong to this era. Like the immortals who rely on originium arts to escape the shackles of life, or the Farenmoots older than any country, perhaps even older than those regarded as gods, by being so old that history has forgotten them. Before I set off on my journey, I had no idea what I was going to find. I just felt a calling, across time and space, directing me towards that door.
And what was inside that door?
Everything. I found the answers to all my questions, how we managed to trek across history to make it here, about the land's unexplored secrets, and about the myriad of possibilities for our future. But at the same time, I also saw the end of civilization, and a spirit abandoned by time.
Time. Time is nothing but a vile joke. At the end of the world, when the seas dried up and the rocks rotted away as everything changed, I hid in this grim bunker repeating a futile act, shouting into the void. My words permeated every moon and space itself, every tunnel and corner of the stars. The universe did not respond to me. I prayed to the pitch-black despair for tens of thousands of years, and the only thing I heard in return was the reverberation of destruction. Whenever I longed for a survivor's response, the sound of collapse and rays of occupied light still lingering among the stars would emerge. It was a black hole of futile effort. My emotions were far beyond what any regular life form would ever experience or empathize with. In the endless silence, all I could hear was the heartbeats of my people, growing ever weaker, but their dormant hearts should not have been beating at all. Nightmares cannot jolt me awake. It is impossible for me to sleep. I hate myself for having these emotions. I wish I could operate like a pure machine. I hate the other me that assigned me to a fate like this. I knew very well the plan had already concluded. The energy in these sarcophagi was not enough to power the next stage of recovery in our plans. Soon after, I was swept into nothingness, endless and numb.
So the contact with Kirsten offered you a gamble. Since your people could never wake up, you might as well...
No. The first time I saw that humanoid creature, what I felt was surprise. I've been watching the depths of space far, far away.
Not what happened on the surface. I noticed the growth of life, but never expected it to knock on my door.
We went a long time talking, though in reality it was no longer than a few months.
Kristen fired question after question as if she was meeting a manifestation of truth. And remarkably, every
Topic would send her into a long period of reflection and silence instead of satisfying her thirst for knowledge. She catalyzed an idea, but she didn't voice it herself. Kristen refused to be the one to execute the plan. Plan? She believes that someday this land will need a group that can separate themselves from politics and unite as a people. This far-sighted group would have to employ everything at their disposal to build an ark. An ark full of knights! It's so peak. The pioneers would inevitably face the struggles of understanding and would face division and suffering. So essentially, Kirsten believes that Rhodes Island can at one point become big, so as it could become like galactic in its scope. So essentially, she believes in Enfield Industries, which is a clear sign that she will be coming back down out of space just in time for Enfield, and she's gonna be playable in Enfield. Yeah. Essentially, one of the goats. Another of the goats. A lot of goats in this event. Like a goddamn prairie. But reality is not a myth, as Babel has proven. So what is Rhodes Island to you, if you hold no hope for all of this? You're right about that. We can discuss this so-called hope. Kirsten's little helpers have already begun fiddling with the sarcophagus technology. I have no qualms with it, but this must mean something important for Terra. Use it well. Kirsten's political views are not without a few flaws. Logan's research has effectively been put under control. I cannot possibly trust Columbia as a nation, but there's someone behind the Mainlander Foundation that is worth negotiating with. That is good. And then tell me, the deep-sea dwelling Aegir really so different from the civilizations on land? What I can tell you far surpasses whatever Kirsten's told you.
Indeed, I cannot comprehend why these creatures with bodily structures inadequately suited to survive in the deep sea would establish a civilization in the ocean. They're dumb as fuck. But this suggests they depend on some product of the sea floor. The form of their civilization has been distorted by external forces, making them stronger but also causing problems. Here's a settlement that must be united, regardless of the problems caused by those rampant sea monsters. I believe that's what they're called. Terra cannot leave such a developed nation alone. Considering their approximate geographical location, if they use what they might have in abundance appropriately, my guess is that Carson is doing right now is not necessarily out of Aegir's reach. With strength comes arrogance. Aegir is not so easy to persuade. Now, fortunately, due to a series of incidents, I had the good fortune to establish a precious friendship with some Aegir. This will be an impactful breakthrough. Since the profound silence, Aegir can no longer remain silent. Skadoodle! Skadoodle. Excellent. The March of the Knights Mora basically only exists as a legend in the database of Columbia, with no decent historical text to refer to. But if the legendary event was not in fact a falsehood, then he is indeed an incredible hero. Even if we take Originium as the power source, the fact that such a tyrant born on Terra thousands of years ago could achieve such a great feat in a much more primitive environment does inspire wonder. However, the south is already in ruins, so you should look north. Have you been there? Ursus? Sami? No, even further north, at the ends of the endless ice field. I tried many times, but I've yet to find anything with the limits of my own abilities. But you know what's over there. I do. So don't ignore the door that lies there. Push it open when you need to, and it will show you a boundless vista. Just pushing that door is already far beyond what most are capable of. And so it's up to you all to find a way. To all of you to find a way. The land is vast and civilization continues to advance. So surely there is more than one Kirsten. You seem to trust the denizens of this land more than I previously thought. Trust? I hand the tinder to you. I have given up everything on my end. Whether or not you can succeed, nothing can be changed. This is my failure. Trust? Yes, I do not know. Perhaps I just want to see any life form able to converse or interact with one another to continue existing. You know this. Compared with the problems on the distant horizon, there is something that could happen at any moment. War. Even if I look only through the eyes of Columbia, I can sense imminent danger to your world. A fire that can ignite at any time. You will require preparation. Do what you must to extinguish the flame or to let it produce new life. This is your decision to make. Those who are truly able to save the denizens of Terra are always and only themselves. This need for awakening has not changed since time immemorial, because it is all part of what humanity is. Thank you. The sky is about to be opened, but the barrier will soon heal itself. Perhaps it will take a few days, or months, or years, but the people of Terra will take that limited, voracious scene into their eyes, and will keep the moonlight and the distant planets in their memories. I hope, Kirsten hopes, this will be a powerful signal. A signal to herald the next great age. Saria, would you like to gaze at the stars together just like we did before? We can talk about this after we descend. The starry sky, or more precisely what we gaze at is a barrier, the star pod. There's still 1,000 meters to go. Our current position is already near the limit of humanity's touch. The ionization response is too strong. At this height, the instruments can't operate with all the interference. The control panel is completely useless. I should have known. You have no intention of letting Galeria Stellaria last much longer. Yes, it just has to last until I break the barrier. The barrier. Though we've always been inclined toward the usage of barrier, you're well aware the shape of it's more than just a barrier, as per conjecture. It might not even be a barrier at all, but an extremely wide space. It may even lack endpoints. The 6,000 meters, what we understand as normal airspace, is actually abnormal. In that case, breaking it was never an option. It can indeed be broken. You've never once doubted it. 6,972 meters. If you fly straight up at this angle, as long as you can soar past that height, the Galeria Stellarium will no longer be disturbed by any ionization reactions. So you have credible data from that spirit, but this doesn't reduce the danger of exploring the skies at all. No, even if we assume the barrier is enveloping the land like a membrane, as you say, it means we know less than nothing about the space beyond it. To make your actions even more hazardous, you could bring disaster upon this land. I know. The people are simply inadequately prepared for this. There will never be an adequate preparation. If there is indeed a calamity looming over us, then humanity is already living under a ticking clock. If that's the case, then we should be even more cautious, right? Saria, I believe there will come a day when a much more complete exploration team will be formed, and with more data and full support, they'll enter into the depths of space before our very eyes. This is also the future I hope for, but you yourself are not in this future of yours. True, I'm ill-suited to be called a pioneer. On that point, I fully agree with your view. If possible, I'd prefer to become a starting point. Just like once, back when I watched the light of those flames burning in the sky. That was the last thing my parents left me. A starting point. Where's the closest escape pod? None left. Those with the capability to execute the return module are already gone. Alright, then hold on to me. I'll wrap the both of us in calcification. We might not even have a chance of survival, but we can try. Saria, lower your gaze. What? You're the one who didn't look down this time. The gravity abruptly shifts without warning. Saria feels only space beneath her feet. She did not expect Kirsten to set up an emergency escape door at the Galaria Stellarium Center. She set up the Minecraft piston door trap! She hit her with the Minecraft piston door trap. That's a classic. No, Saria thinks to herself that she should have expected it long before. The store was not for the owner of the planetarium. Kirsten knew that at the very last moment, Saria would come. The sudden change of mass robs Saria of her voice, and she fails to yell out anything at all. She also knows that there is nothing she can grab, but still stretches her hand out. Starlight and Earth pour into her view, while Kirsten only gets further and further away. She knows redstone engineering. She's too smart. This is the CG that I had as my PC background for a while. Very nice. Well, it's the most genuine we see her face the entire event. It's like the only time outside of like it's arguably the only time outside of like when you go to like the Rhine manga and it's when her and Saria are like just forming Rhine Lab. It's like one of the only times that you see like a genuine look on her face. Not one that seems like uninterested and everything. Saria, you always wanted me to take a good look at the world. Now I have. It is equally beautiful. You'll watch it, and the people it nurtures in my stead. This I always knew. This you have in the past and will in the future. And I'm not the type to lead people on step by step. Just a pair of eyes. Eyes that will peer into the unfamiliar depths of space for all that live on that land. Kristen, I can almost see the true starry sky. Probably hasn't changed much from what you've told me in over 10,000 years. Me and you, our civilization and yours, on the scale of the universe, we really are insignificantly small. A torrent of energy pounds the accumulating area of this giant airborne construct, and the ring hovering up high looks almost swallowed by the tremendous amount of energy. Immediately afterwards, an even greater amount concentrates at its core, enough to destroy any nomadic city. And this world is just so puny and shallow. How could it even bear it? Pew! The light converges and abandons the earth, stabbing upwards into the air. Pew! Boom! Pew, pew, boom! Pew! Yeah! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's fucking awesome! Under the unprecedented energy surge, wave after wave of dazzling ripples emerge on the pitch-black curtain devoid of any life. The false sky is at last rent asunder. The ancient twin moons expose their real faces. Tonight the truth will be perceived by humanity for the very first time. Wait, those left behind, and then wait. Oh wait, no. Is this the Kirsten one? I think Door to the Future is the Kirsten one. Yes, okay, it is. Yeah, we'll listen to Control's wishes over ST4. I do have to take one more piss break. Then we'll get into ST3 and ST4, and we can finally close it out.
Yeah, yup, this one goes all over Terra. Oh, I'll see you guys in a moment. Gotta piss again, drinking a lot. Oh, we're almost done with Lonetrail. It's exciting.
We have pissed too close to the sun. The fucking pisserous, the pisserous story. A coastal view that one can see anywhere in Iberia. Rubble close by indicates the place may have once been a prosperous village, but now only a solitary wind chime left hanging on a wall echoes the waves as they hit the shore. Slither. A wave washes a sea tear onto the beach. Now perhaps it might have followed the wave to dry land. If it was, it didn't seem to have a goal in mind. It merely wanders, looks around just like its brethren do. Shouldn't have found anything. All I could see while standing in this overgrown is the endless ocean in the sky. In the next moment, as if it had sensed something, and looked toward a certain direction, the never-changing sky is swept by a wave of ripples. Doubtful growling. It looks in that direction, but there is only an endless sky. Soon after its compatriots arrive, its kin, its wee many, all their eyes look in the same direction. As an attendant apologizes to the proprietor, he props up his master. A court musician helps him leave the bar. Mein Herr, you shouldn't drink anymore. Don't get in my way! I can't figure out the tone, so I might as well just drink myself to death! Ah, mein Herr, didn't you draft several pages yesterday? I think the third song is honestly not bad at all. At least you know me well, but nein, this will not do it, is not enough. There's still something missing. A key ingredient, you understand. A kind of psychedelic and yet magnificent. An image of madness. Of course, I understand you completely. You're always chasing this kind of work. Oh, I must really be drunk. What's wrong? I saw waves streaking across the horizon. Waves? I should take you to a doctor. What is that? The attendant lifts his head toward the sky to see halo-like waves sweep across the night. Says, could I have somehow gotten second-hand intoxication through the air? Haha! The clouds are like waves and the sky is a curtain. Good! Sehr gut! Darren, go quick! Take me home. No, hand me a pen quickly. Here, have you found some inspiration? Inspiration? No. What I have discovered is a wellspring. Under the dim street lights, the musician lies on the floor on his stomach, writing in a frantic pace without a care for his image. Tonight, many an artist slept nary a wink. On most hydrates, the toilet, bro. The toilet's fucking. The toilet's making out scot-free like a bandit. Yeah. Oh, take a gander at this happy lot. I think the storm is already over, and Victoria merely had a little hiccup. Whatever they possess is still intact and will continue to remain as is. I wish I could share their optimism. Sir, there's something you need to see. Something? All right, sir. There's something you need to see. What happened? Oh God, trying to fucking get in another. Squeaky! Annihilate them! What happened? You're not the sort to be a killjoy at times like this. Oh, it seems something has happened in Colombia. Seems?
Yes, we're urgently collecting information at the moment.
Is our abilities child again done something incomprehensible with the science and technology they're so overly proud of?
That's yet to be determined, but at present I can confirm this is information you must know.
Yes, how important is the matter to be proactive instead of just waiting for you to bring it to me?
It is honestly behind the scope of my abilities.
And the story in the back of one, yes. It's a story where Rhodes Island lose or don't achieve our objective. It's one of not very many. Where Rhodes Island or just the main operator characters actually fail their objective. At least their big overarching one. The Count realizes the bitter smile on his trusted subordinate's face, and this shifts his originally joking mood to one of surprise. His officer only knows to tell the truth. This means that something has indeed happened. The Count walks to the window and immediately realized why his subordinate was at a loss for words. That was information physically impossible to be brought before him, but also a reality that no one could ignore. What sort of natural phenomenon is this?
He immediately hired experts relevant to this field, and combined with the information from Columbia over the past few days, they have proposed some valuable theories.
Site 359 Spy Dossier Investigation Report on the Mainlander Foundation. And one of these academic papers, a barrier. Tell me the key points you note.
This layer of ripples originate from Columbia and is extremely unnatural. After conducting some simple observations, we believe that the findings align perfectly with a long-forgotten theory in the world of science. The sky above our heads is indeed false. Something has happened.
And we know nothing about it.
We have already mobilized all our spies in Columbia. They'll soon bring us results.
Spare no expense. I want an answer before tomorrow morning to bring to the Duke of Normandy.
Yes, sir. My lord, I'd like to introduce my distant nephew to you.
Tonight's banquet ends here and now.
Eh? The Count needs his peace and quiet now, so please return home, Viscount, Viscount, Skibbity Count.
Very well, sir. Offering many wheelies too many times? What times? Yeah. I could be wrong. I could be misremembering it. If there are times, let me know. If there's a bunch of times, just let me know. Because I could definitely be misremembering. I could always be wrong. The Count looked at the distant sky without saying a word. Tonight, conspiracies hatch in alleys while countless politicians toss and turn in their beds. Warning. Yeah. Warning. Warning. Energy overload. Energy overload. Shockwaves from the energy surplus have impacted the entirety of Hammer. Secondary disengagement protocol acceleration complete. All secondary cabins, mounting devices, and external energy lines have been separated from the Galeria Stellaria's main body. All personnel evacuate via the escape pod and execute return protocol. Repeat. All personnel evacuate via the escape pod and execute return protocol. This goddamn weightlessness. Couldn't they have made the escape pod just a bit smaller, not the size of an entire room? Quick, get that self-balancing system up and running. We gotta stabilize this room first, at the very least. The ones are about to shatter and being tossed around like marbles in a box. I know, I'm working on it. I hate manually disengaging lock mechanisms so much, especially in times like these. Phew. Alright, it's stable. Now to check the return protocol. The drogue and pilot parachutes have been launched. Landing trajectories on auto-adjust. If you look up, there's still time to bid your farewells to control. Hey, Bullet, look at that corridor. Isn't that Director Millsie's? Director Millsie's, get it quick. There's still seats. You should have clearance to enter.
This is the escape pod?
This escape pod has existed since the very beginning of Arco 1's design phase. We ran several rounds of navigation and pressure tests before, so don't worry.
You're Claude, right? I remember you. You've been in components control for many years.
Before Hammer took flight, control, no. Kirsten disbanded the Ryan Lab components control section. The last job she assigned was to assist the energy charging and focusing. All calibration maintenance and security tasks have been already completed. When we return to the ground, we'll get all new contracts, leave Ryan, and leave tri-mounts. Oh, right.
What's this?
A remote sensor recorder. Provides real-time feedback from the biological data in the vivarium. Control said it'd be helpful to you, so I'm going to send it over to Ecological once I got back on the ground. Data was just updated. I'm really sorry.
Wait, don't tell me right away. Not so fast. This is How many years did it take? Go.
In a short span of time after Galar's destroyer broke through the barrier, the death rate of the 753 plants exceeded 90%. The rest aren't expected to survive.
Kirsten, what exactly does it look like beyond the star pod? You're fully aware of sharing the same possible fate, yet you're unwilling to call off your trip? You've kept your promise to us all, but did you plan on traveling solo from the very beginning? Then Saria, she...
With the acceleration still increasing, our descent speed doesn't slow down at all or fall even faster than before. What's going on, Bullet? The shockwave from the energy overload must have messed up the return protocol. I can't reverse it. Both parachutes have failed and the self-balancing system's about to malfunction. Wait, this isn't equipped with a gravity-related originating arts module. Find the arts unit quickly! Right. But the current height taps and energy shock from earlier have fried a third of the modules. Current height, 54.7 meters. So stopping it. They're not being able to jump on the pod right now to lighten it. The heat insulation layer, speed's too fast. And the escape pod's layer is about to burn through completely. Damage rate's at 60%. The wall's deforming. It'll disintegrate this way. Ugh! Bullet, son of a bitch. Couldn't you have passed out after installing the arts units? How can this be? All return to ground structures have gone through several rounds of testing. There's no simulation that can reproduce a passenger cabin returning to the ground from maximum height. Science requires first-hand verification. That's what we're doing right now. We should have the inner cabin ASAP. The seats are cushioned and there are oxygen masks. We might just... At this rate, we'll hit the ground in a minute. No one's going to survive. Shit, I don't even have time to record a final video message. Are there people waiting for you? The tremendous central fugal force throws Claude against the corridor's bulkhead. His face is pressed against the glass and he's a small shiny spike. No, it's a person. Figure tightly brown bound and thick layer of calcium. He confirms what he's seeing. This means that the opposite figure is falling at the same speed as them, maybe even faster. Director Saria? She's probably passed out at such a height, even the thickest calcium becomes a fragile layer of eggshell. And she herself isn't even thicker than that? Alright. Damn it. Water. A vast body of water. Water seeps from the escape pod's bulkhead, stretching in midair like a living organism. The escape pod is falling at high speed, and a large river of water is being towed by gravity and vaporizing. But several thick walls still manage to form in the direction Saria is falling. Claude feels like he's seeing a lake without a shore or a lake bed. He looks at it from the bottom, and the waves are folding in layers as they sway over his head. If he wasn't currently busy trying to save himself, he feels as if he must follow and learn from the Ursus poets on how to look for the right words to describe the scene in front of him. Water also rises in the cabin, and he's pushed back in the interior. George Woolsey's melting?
Sorry, I guess you did end up fighting with Kirsten after all. So even you couldn't stop her. In the end, we couldn't do anything. These water barriers can give you somewhat of a buffer, so if you can, I hope you live. Shucks, I probably look real ugly like this. But if I could go back and had this level of determination to pump all the water out of me like right now, could I have changed a lot of things? The water gently envelops everything in its body. All components control as employees. Prepare for impact. Hold your breath. It's easy to choke when you're submerged in water. Go and meet the people waiting for you.
The first New Year's Eve of the founding of Rhine Lab. Before the show ended, did they actually dance together? A dance of three? She's kind of forgotten. Crashing sounds. Sorry, what did you see? Just the sky. That's right, the sky. Sounds... Oh wait, this is Karsten. Oh wait! Yep. That's right, the sky. I sat on this stump as a kid, watching my parents test flight after flight from the hill in front of us. Later, they brought me along. After they died, I never came back here. Until now. You're the first. That's why you hate the sky? If I were 10 now, having just witnessed everyone's reaction to their deaths and just finished going through their belongings, I would tell you yes. That's not my current answer in mind. Worries, pressure, questions, derision, and bills from corporate and government sectors. These factors didn't hold my parents back, so they're not even worth mentioning. All the way, my parents staunchly advanced towards their goals. They only lost themselves in the end. If the journey is destined to end prematurely, then I too will willingly die on the way there. Don't say something that ominous. Can I succeed? I don't know, but I'm set on doing it. I've inherited everything from my parents, and I've even gone further than they did. Kirsten? Sorry, I'm not asking anything from you. I'm just sharing some past events with my best friend. I understand. So, any thoughts? Weren't you merely sharing your story? Oh, you're such a burn beast. Say something at least. The sky really is beautiful. She knows that no one has ever seen the view at such a high altitude from such a position, and that the Galera Stellarium is getting further and further away from here, but she cannot open her eyes. She's falling at high speed. The wind howls, scraping against her face like a knife. The cold thin air rushes into her nasal cavities, making breathing difficult. Raw calcium accumulates in a frenzy, forming a thick crystalline layer around her body, so as to prevent her from dying from the violent air friction. But she cannot do anything about the impact when she lands. It was already over. The vertigo from weightlessness hits her. No matter how hard she resists, she loses consciousness. Yes. Yes, the ship, it is essentially almost like how rockets have it is almost how rockets have like different stages of engaging. Like you use your first thing to blast up, and then you kind of get rid of that. It's like that type of thing. It decouples. The whole reason the whole hammer needs to be up there is to have the power to blow open the star pod. Once it's blown open, all you need is just something to go into it. Raw calcium accumulates in a frenzy, forming a thick crystalline layer around her body, so as to prevent her from dying from the violent air friction. She can't do anything about the impact when she lands. It's already over. Vertigo from weightlessness hits her. No matter how hard she resists, she loses consciousness. Falling thousands of meters from the sky obviously only takes a few minutes. Why is it taking so long to experience death? She vaguely senses herself falling into the surface of water, her speed somewhat slowing down, and afterwards, amidst a burst of mechanical buzzing, it feels as if she'd fallen into the clouds again. How soft it was. Saria. It sounds like someone is calling for her. A familiar voice. Don't say anything yet. Eye movement response normal. There should be local internal bleeding. Cardiopulmonary functions are normal. The impact caused multiple external injuries. Salutary flexion. Tendon in the left leg. I'll apply a temporary treatment on the affected area. Fortunately, there isn't any serious damage to your bodily functions. When you return to tryouts, you need to undergo a comprehensive medical exam. Sorry, do you have a headache? I'm fine. Good. I crushed your drone and these air cushions. It's fine. Where's Ifrit? Is she not with you? She joined the search and rescue efforts too, so she should be nearby. Let's go meet up with her. Can you stand? Come, I'll help you up.
Silence, Thanks.
The clouds have parted. And now we can... Oh, I can just hover over it. And now we can get an even clearer view of the sky. Very nice.
Yes, the sky really is beautiful. Are you not going to ask your question?
Ask what?
What happened in the Galera Stellarium?
Would you tell me?
I'll need some time.
Then, do you want to know?
Know what?
What happened down here when you went to stop Kirsten?
Will you tell me?
I will. I need to know everything. Likewise, sorry, I need you to be fully informed to be better prepared. That's the only way we can ensure that we won't make any missteps on the road ahead of us.
Sounds like you already have an idea.
Hold on to my shoulder. The road is hard to walk, and I have no way of lifting you up completely, so we have to go together.
Claude? Benji? Johan? Bullet? The escape pod makes a deep hole in the ground, and the hatch flies out, smashing a boulder into pieces. The inner cabin is completely warped, the infrastructure and equipment looking as if they've been wrung out by a pair of hands. I'm over here! What a relief, you're all alright. I'm alive? The escape pod malfunctioning? We dropped for an altitude over 5,000 meters and we're still alive. Huh. Yeah, easy on the hug, it hurts. Seems like those arts modules managed to help us decelerate a little after all. Don't get cocky now, Bullet. You know you're the luckiest one out of all of us. Hitting your head on the console and passing out at our most critical moment, then waking up just as we landed safely. It's been Annie's prayers working on you, huh? Aren't you guys getting married next year? Hey, why do I feel like I drowned earlier? Oh, you were soaking wet too. It's not like the pod landed in a lake, so what even happened? Internal bleeding? Well, that's where the blood should be, bro. Internal bleeding? Yeah, I fucking hope it's internal. Water's all flowing out of the volcanic escape pod. There's no mud in the area. The night breeze will soon dry up the earth. That very much has road work ahead. I sure hope it does, energy. Dame Coltsett. I must admit we are alike. My empathy with Doctor's emotions merely comes from an emotional module that has yet to be erased even after these tens of thousands of years.
I'm not Friston himself, merely a tool that was made. But you are more flesh and blood than I am, with more freedom. This makes me feel a little envious.
Any words of comfort will sound like I'm belittling your mission, Friston. I'm glad to have a life like this, and not just this one. I'm glad that I'm not just a simple machine. I've already been searching for the original answer from the very moment I began my walk in the dust of disappointment.
Her walk in the dust? That's insane. They said it. They said the line. That's insane.
I've experienced more direct losses than you have, but I can also say that I've gained even more in return. If everything here had yet to happen, you might have even been able to travel through the land currently known as Terra, just like Doctor did once.
If there is a chance, I'll be happy to take it. I have a request. You're the one who knows how to operate this system, so I would like you to erase these twisted data spanning 4,765,403 days. Keep only my emotions and original memories. Let me die as Trevor Friston, even if I can only die as a replica.
I understand your decision, but this process will take a lot of time and you will gradually slide into despair in the process.
I wish to face the skies that were once free, but not as a lofty judge in an ivory tower, nor as a ghost. At least let me face the remorse and guilt I have as a person. From sending my compatriots to their doom with my own hands, let me at the very least see from a purist perspective how you will face the future. Now think of that sky. That is my final wish. This is closer to redemption than continuing to be tormented for eternity. Thank you. You might call this arrogance, but I must say this nonetheless. The weight of life, the weight of civilization, you can't possibly even begin to imagine how heavy it is right now. No one has the capability to decide for others what the value of their lives are. This belongs to the past, and so I will not go too deep into it. But please remember this, Doctor. This will sooner or later become a multiple choice question about the present and will be an extremely important one to you. But presently I'll say this again. Thank you. This is the final thing I can say. Go, Kaltstead, I have already granted all privileges. Let me meet my end as a person.
I respect your decision. Please just wait a moment.
Is there no other choice? Doctor. The doctor that knows nothing. I don't know how much you know, how much Kaltstead has told you, but now, before I lose all this data, let me answer your questions. Kirsten also asked me innumerable questions, and I answered them all. And if it was necessary, I even showed her the answers. After witnessing everything with her own eyes, she did not lose herself. Her ideals did not waver for the slightest, and she did not see her own existence as inferior thereafter. I admire that character of hers, so to be fair, I also treat you the same, Doctor. Perhaps this personality of obsession is also present from Trevor Friston. Who is Priestess, and what is Originium? These two questions are not as different as you might imagine. Originium, even if you lost your memories, even if you've just learned it, far exceeds the categories of the infected. Catastrophes or arts, you're still keenly aware of how important Originium is. That is... I got a little distracted by the Minecraft parkour, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I've seen this one before, but damn, he's going crazy. Parkouring in the in space. So questions are not as different as you might imagine. That is the way to go. Kaltstead knows some answers, but I think she won't be able to tell you. Priestess will never allow her to. This restriction is carved in the depths of her original consciousness. Even death will not set her free from those shackles. So should I really tell you the answer? Perhaps Kaltstead is afraid that the truth might loosen your memories and turn the tables on your hard-earned developments. Though I believe you've already done some preparations on your end. I can give you the answer, but not in its entirety. I don't even know what your past was like. My birth and isolation from the outside world happened far earlier than you think. Originium was just one of the many innumerable answers. Originium means unification. Originium means another state of existence. Like the ocean of Solaris, where everything exists within disorder. Oh yes, you've yet to even realize the contradiction of it all. So far, Rhodes Island has been working towards curing your empathy and solving the problems of the infected, though you have also involved yourselves in outsider matters due to Kaltstead and Teresa's ideals. However, you, in the name of Rhodes Island, fight against Originium. This is the root of everything. I do not know what decisions Priestess made in the end, but it seems that Kaltstead, with all the lives born to this land with free will, has no way to peacefully coexist with Originium. Originium can benefit humanity, but it can also destroy everything. Just like the frenzied creatures in the ocean and the endlessly expanding rift in the north. Priestess is the starting point of that madness, and you were once extremely close to her.
What does Originium have to do with me? I'm incapable of guiding your next steps. Shut the fuck up. Strictly speaking, Originium, in just its current form, has already exceeded my understanding of it. Neuropathy is not something that was carefully planned and produced. In your current situation, curing it is difficult. But there may be other ways to stop it or use it. Your past with Priestess seems to be cult's greatest taboo, and I don't even have the full picture, except that you banged on the regs. That I do know. According to my hypothesis, your appearance, participation, and amnesia, they are not without purpose. You have to find your own answers. Don't blame me for being so cryptic with my words, but sooner or later when you face the truth of the past, you'll understand Cult's thoughtful intentions. Stay patient, stay true to yourself. Doctor, Cult's, you've already taken a huge step forward, but turn your head and look at what we've faced. Victoria, Columbia, the infected are still being discriminated against, and the flames of war might just spark in any place on Terra at any time. We still have much more to do. There'll be more and more layers of crises in the future. And the current... Yeah. Babel reset. There's a lot of Babel reset. Babel's reset of this area. Yeah, kind of. Babel thinks it's peak, but Lonetrail was just like way peaker. Right. We'll fight together, right? You're the commander of Rhodes Island and oh, okay, you're commander of Rhodes Island, the Dr. Amia Truss. Okay. You're the commander of Rhodes Island, the Dr. Amia Truss. We'll find a way. I'm delighted to have met you both in my final moments. I can already feel some data slipping away. I might even forget our conversation in just a few seconds. Having lost the support of your database, your emotional module will once again re-experience the loneliness of the past dozen millennia. No one knows what the consequences will be to compress all those years of emotion into just a few minutes. I will destroy this bunker before the energy is depleted. You will need to escape in time. Thank you both, I... Drowsy... Are you alright? You, a living creature. Here, you must... Wait. Why is it so dark in here? I'm in... Too long. Too dark. No. No, that's still the 173,005th attempt. And the next. The next time. The answer lies in the next attempt. Can anyone hear me? Answer me! Answer me, please! Where am I? How much longer do we have to wait? I don't know. There's no way for us outsiders to judge if these cries of anguish are memories from his past, the emotional module responding to the stress from processing all that compressed emotion. I only feel pity and respect. Nelson, have you experienced this before? I hate this. Damn it. Why must I suffer this torture? Why must it be me? Even if they all come back to life, I myself won't be a living person. I made such a great sacrifice, yet they've all abandoned me. Who is it that gave me such a duty? It was myself. Why? Is that me? Can I still recall that determination? Doctor, you should stop watching. Leaving now is the final act of respect we can give him. We have to find the exit. Madame, over here! I knew something happened underground when the cave collapsed. Let's leave this place then. Is this the man-made passage left behind by Kirsten? Yes, I reckon it'll lead us to the shaft. Only heaven knows why the army never discovered the secret path. If the Preserver had not shut down its systems, it would have been impossible for you to find this passage. What happened to the bitch? I have her trapped outside, and Melanie will have a nice long chat with her later. Madam, I need to know. There was nothing there other than an old man marching towards death. As for what those deaths mean, I can only say they have absolutely nothing to do with Casdell. I shall not pry any further, unless a certain matter prompts me to. Walk this way. I am Trevor Friston. What has happened? What have I become? Who turned off the lights? I should report that punk to the... I failed, haven't I? How many years? How many years has it been?
Oh, that damn tin can. At least he hasn't decided to drain my blood dry yet. Where am I?
Who are you?
What are you? What are you talking about?
Why do you have a tail? And the feathers on your head? It's not an accessory or a weird fashion trend either. This just like completely confirmed that like the ancients are like kind of that the ancients were genetically engineered by the precursors to me. Like that.
with like the like so it's clearly that because it's like he doesn't know. He's confused by that. I mean, I think he mentioned I think he even mentions potentially being confused by like Kirsten entering, like when he was like thinking about that. But like, yeah, no, like it's he just sees it as like they should be normal people, and this is clearly not normal people core. This is not normal person core. Just what sort of place am I in? These are sarcophagi, hundreds and thousands of them. Kirsten, oh Kirsten, so this is the god you spoke of. Pretty different from what I imagined. He looks very sleek. Greetings, if this is indeed the courtyard full of oracles, the destination of charity. You install in me wings from the blood of Kukulkan. it's like she's a kid sitting on a mall Santa's lap. I want the wings from the blood of Kukulkan. Can you show me their wind and thunder, the glory soaring in their skies, their magnificent forms? I come to you bringing 451 years of obsession from the Cuck people, only for your approval and your answer.
So that's how it is. I'm starting to understand. My existence is fading away. I am dying. Well, that sure sounds like something a bastard like me would do. Do you think it's too suffocating for a place named a destination? It's too stifling. I've hated bunkers ever since I was little. I had thought, why not hide within an asteroid belt instead? What will I become? What will I become? My knowledge, my desires, will they disappear into thin air as I gain power? If you'd be willing to speak in a language I understand, God.
Well, I have no idea what kind of creature you are. I mean, I don't even know what the sounds you're making mean. In a dying old man's final vision, you are on the true path, yes. I so badly want to see her one more time. My morning light,
An icy wind blows over Holyoke without traces of any dust. In the blink of an eye, she finds herself in the wilderness. A hallucination? Arts? What kind of originium arts is this? This is how that crazy god has given her his answer? Holyoke looks around in all directions, does not find anything matching what she had in mind. She only sees a pair of father and daughter playing by the water, the girl sporting long, familiar locks of pale gold. A girl who looks a lot like Kirsten. Holyoke waits patiently. She expects this boring and realistic scene to change, but nothing happens. She is devout enough, but nothing in front of her changes. So what does this actually all mean? Please don't waste my time. Yeah, not sure if this is implying that, like, way down along the line, Kristen is technically an ancestor of Kirsten. Whatever genetic splicing they did to make people animals. Or if it's just meant to be more of a thematic thing. Could be just a purely thematic thing. Please don't waste my time. There's no response. Holyoke's starting to feel weary. Tries to get close to the pair, but to no avail, failing to identify their faces until the father picks his daughter up and they look towards the sky. Only now does Holyoke discover in the view that she'd gotten too familiar with, there is something not even Kirsten's wildest descriptions had mentioned. She sees a gigantic, enormous moon, for just a moment. The ground under her feet no longer seems real, a surrounding temperature seems to rise. Holyoke stares right at the instrument, and the fluid glimpse leaves her no room to think. A preposterous thought appears in her mind. Was that Terra? What was that just now? What did you do? Is it arts? No, is it a Fahrenheit's power? Or witchcraft like the Tin Man's? Silence. Holyoke is completely unaware that she is the only one who has left that beautiful dreamland. Huh. If this is what Kirsten saw, then what she said was completely right. Kirsten, right, you really do invite jealousy. This is the enlightenment that your god has left me. How cruel of you, denying me of my pursuits my entire life from birth till now. After denying everything, God has fallen silent. No, I will approve of it. I will allow it. You can't die just yet. So you failed to stop Kirsten. I already know what happened up there. I almost forgot we came to stop her. I'm very sorry about that. I need to formally enter negotiations with the Maylander Foundation. I'll explain later. I'm also very curious to know what exactly happened in Trimonts. We're almost there. Remember Dan called it. The moment we arrive at the shaft, we are no longer simple collaborators. If you do not collaborate with us, I will have to cooperate with us. I will have to resort to force. As you wish. What's with the tension? If I kill this tin can again, I'll still learn a little something. When did you... Shouldn't the other agents have caught you by now? That's not important. They needed to make me playable so that gooners would love me. But I think it's best for none of us to act rashly now. Don't mess the situation up. What are you up to? You're not exactly breathing deeply either. I'm real curious, Doctor. The lineage of the elders, the Cuck source, the Kukulkans. We're not called the Cucks, we're called the Kukulkans, source of power. Are these things even considered secrets to you in Cultset? Don't bother me. How cold. There's something I want you to understand. The entire course of my quest have been invaluable, and yet after finding the answer, people only know how to sing its praises. If after resolutely trampling on a dry and dull answer, if I wish to continue searching for the future, can I come find you people? Oh, figure out how to deal with your boss first. Of course they won't show up empty-handed. You won't be able to guess what I retrieved from hell. Your staff? What have you done? Your unusual arts can store memories. Could it be that you... Perhaps I rescued a god that almost succumbed to dementia, but in the end it's not even considered a living being, and it's too difficult for me to help. And it's too difficult for me alone to help it recover. So perhaps you can help me, since you might not want these things to fall into the Colombians' hands. You want to drive a wedge between us and the Maylander Foundation? I've already brought it out in the open, and the Tin Man's seen it too. Do you even still have a choice to make? And no matter what you think of it, Dame Cultset's face, it looks like she agrees. Cultset. My guess is you don't have the right to call the shots here, Tin Man. Oh, the reason why you haven't looked into the underground at all yet is because someone above you is already. Oh, we're about to see another one of the goats. For that person has enough foresight to guess everything that's happened here. Even if the power to make decisions isn't with me now, I still think killing Holyoke to retrieve his legacy is the more reasonable thing to do. About that, your boss should also know just which party has the capabilities to restore him. Touching Holyoke's arts unit will only add to the gigantic pile of Maylander Historical Association's archaeological discoveries. That one will not allow Maylander to act against Rose Island. Your coercing efforts also fall flat, Holyoke. You can only hand it over to me, or I will hand you over to the Tin Man. Such a horrid, oppressive feeling. So you've even been keeping this strange thing by your side? It's meaningless to fight here, so let's all return to Trimounts first. After that, we can negotiate in the open. It's alright. It's right in front of us. We can go up from here. Sure as we're leaving that place. Like that thing in the sky. Clear view. The torn sky can be seen through the tunnel leading to the shaft. Kirsten. Humanity will reach this step sooner or later. Kirsten, I hope you don't bring us disaster in Terra's name. More or less. I see, then. You guess was right, madame. I'll take my leave for the moment. I'll be outside waiting. Holyoke? What, you're leaving already? I didn't expect the bargaining chip in your hand, but this was also your final chance. Hand over the thing you got from below. I'm very sorry, Mr. Tin Can, but I've lost all interest in the Maylander Historical Association's history. Now then, Doctor. Why'd you give it to me? Give it to me now. Remember the choice you made. We're not on equal standing, madame. An openly honest negotiation may not be in the cards. Why did the Tin Man leave early? Contact Rosmontes ASAP. We need to be wary of any other surprises. Holyoke, I'm grateful for your choice, but I need you to try and find a different escape route from the direction Tin Man left. What? I'm not so sure I'll be able to defeat this black plaything of yours. I'm not being wary of you, but rather, I want to make sure there's another way out. Gosh, I didn't even sign an employment contract, but I have to start work already? Rhodes Island couldn't possibly leave you alone to your own devices the moment you handed over the data to us in front of the Tin Man, could we? What's up ahead? I'm sure you can guess. I suppose I can. I'll find another way up. Do make sure that when we leave here, we're not greeted by an armored division. It's quiet. In the aftermath of those infallible energy waves tearing through the skies, the facility that should be full of scientists, soldiers, and workers is now empty. You and Cultset travel between these structures without exchanging a single word. There's so much information to go through and so much history. God, ST3 is so long, bro. What the fuck?
Ah, Jesus Christ, he's a pigeon. He's a pigeon, Rodjack. He's a pigeon. Feels like the longest chapter of any of these goddamn ST3. What the fuck? Oh.
Perhaps only after seeing the smiles of Ifrit and Rosmontes and hearing some firm words from Sari again will you only feel at ease.
but his comforting feeling lingers in your mind. Light flashes across the edges of your peripheral vision. Wait, Cultsit. What is on these screens?
Nice to meet you, Direct Doctor of Rhodes Island, Dame Cultsit. We've taken over this facility. Every screen and all surveillance equipment will expose your whereabouts. So please do not attempt to escape. On behalf of the Colombian government, I hope to hold an ad hoc private meeting with the both of you. This might have happened earlier than you expected, but I just wanted to get on with it. I won't wait any longer. In the dimly lit building, the lights of a large screen flicker. A familiar figure appears. The second in command of the fledgling country's leader is in no hurry to speak. He only faces you with that iconic smile of his. You start wondering. You feel some kind of pressure. So after you cannot help but turn your attention onto the quote-unquote pet perched on his shoulder all along. So you could glance at Cultsit. There's an obvious, somewhat gloomy expression on her face. Mr. President? The Vice President does not react. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! That's the President! That's the President! The President does not react. His pet just happens to be talking. Been a long time, Dame Cultsit. How long has it been since we last had a conversation like this? After that little thing you and Maylander put together. I thought you'd be staying in Colombia, but then I blinked and you were in Sargon. And then who knows where else you went after that. It's a shame. If you worked with Maylander Selene herself, you really could have done something for Colombia. And then maybe the people wouldn't have needed to wait for a vice president to be born. You wouldn't have come here just to exchange pleasantries, Mr. President. Of course, this is a personal meeting. Where is my father? Father? You're holding onto his ashes, the remnants of his soul. Let me touch him. I never got to meet him, but he is the last thing in this world that has any relation to me. There's also PRTS. Your PRTS. We come from the same roots, but now we're drifting apart. I had some words for him. Oh no, am I getting hiccups? Fuck. He's gone. Trevor Friston is dead. He's pinned his hopes on this land? A world that's absolutely nothing to do with his lonely self? Yes. If that's his will, then he'd better leave. I'll respect his feelings. You'll be able to fix this shadow itself faster than the Maylander Historical Association can. But remember this. We will collate our walls. We will seize the truth of everything. Columbia will become the sword and shield of Terra, just as he wished. This is the best condolence that I, President of Columbia, Mark Max, can offer to a dying era. Kristen never wanted a tyrant, Max. Monster destroy the cameras. I'm not a tyrant, I'm a pigeon! Now, sister, look how glorious the sky is. I feel real was far from cousin, but I must admit that she has achieved a groundbreaking feat that will instill a fascination in every scientist's search. A scientific blueprint I once described to you has now been displayed to every single person in all its glory. And even those who are ignorant can now claim to bask in the light of science. How blessed they are to be born in this era. Will there be someone like you under every dream as big as this one? What you should be asking is, why must there be people like me to put dreams as big into reality? This question shall haunt you forever. I only know how to judge right from wrong, just like what I'm doing to you right now. Hey, you not all my ambitions, dreams, and failures are residing within you, for you to make your judgment. So in the end, I'll also give you a gift. Country roads! Roswanda turns her head back, seeing his wheelchair, looking at his eyes closed, and suddenly passes away. I'm beginning to understand what's going on. You did all these things just to see me, right? You just didn't want to die alone. You wanted to be remembered by me and live on within me. But no, I came here just to watch you die. L. And to say, L. No bitches, no paper, no functional limbs, old. Rosmantis takes out her diary from her pocket and writes a line in it. The criminal look and has received the trial he deserved. There's a line for a while before putting the diary away. And now, I've forgotten you. I should go find the doctor and Cultsit. I should have brought some cigarettes earlier. I didn't expect you to be discarded so soon, cook. Surely you know how likable I am. I'm serious. I was ready to fight a legion of power mists to the death, and yet this place is so deserted. Even amusement parks on federal holidays have better security than this. I'd like to know why myself. Dame Cultsit is skilled in the art of persuasion. Is she skilled? So skilled she managed to convince even the mighty president of the Columbia Union? We're out. You alright, Doctor? I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Deep breaths. We spent too much time underground. Taking in too much information at once is indeed a burden on you. My apologies, Doctor. I wanted to wait a little longer until you were ready to face him.
Respond to all the doubts and questions you have about yourself. What exactly counts as ready?
Tin May, now Cozy and Donkey, you may get a considerable time extension.
I'm serious about getting my work done, Doctor. Perhaps you should kill Mr. Tin Can here and now. Forget it, that's probably a meaningless act. The President has rescinded the order, which honestly came as a surprise to me. When I fix whatever Holyoke has handed over to you, even though I have no idea what it is or the scope of the damage. Mr. President has given you time. I don't know how long. When your time's up, we will definitely retrieve what was lost. Is this a deal? I suppose. After all, you've abided by our previous agreement and have indeed helped us a lot these past few days. So in return, you can leave Tri-Mount safely and return to your landship. As for the Doctor, you've already spent 3 days with the Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Units, and Originium. It's the ATF! It's the ATF! It's the fucking ATF! They're gonna do good thing we didn't bring fucking KOB with us. Goddamn, she would have got shot. And I don't think Rhode Island would want an updated criminal record. And as for Holyoke, for the time being, I'll only ask this: she's currently a collaborator of Rhode Island. Can we say no? Rhode Island will need her help. After all, she also made contact with the truth, so I can't just ignore her. Thank you, Colson, Dame Colson, and the Doctor as well. I was slightly humbled by Friston almost dying for 2 minutes. Can you accept me and consider me likable after I was an asshole the entire rest of this event and Dorothy's vision? He's on your reputations now. Well then, goodbye. Alright, you two. We'll go meet with Rosemontis and Ifrit, then we'll leave Tri-Mounts. Doctor, what are you looking at? Bubbles! Yay! You suddenly notice that, despite the considerable night breeze present, the mud in front of you holds tiny pool bubbles yet to evaporate. Cracked bubbles meander forward, like a series of extremely light footsteps. Yes, bubbles. You look into the distance and discover the skies of Tri-Mounts in the most before dawn. It's full of fragile bubbles. Colt said, I'm gonna look for someone first. The moment that made... The moment that put Moo Moo on the map as a canonical Doctor competitor. Yeah, I saw the moon and now I am changed. I'm reformed, I saw the moon. Fine Love Headquarters Building Vivarium. You feel as if you've just entered the bottom of a lake. There's no one, only a dense light blue and the soft sun of water. A huge glass ring divides the entire space in two. Other than the narrow corridor on the outside, the rest of the vivarium has been entirely flooded, like a lake. All the land plants are swaying as if they belong in the water. You recall the vitality of your last visit here. Right now you can only hear their weak breathing. A bubble floats from the pale fur and is rocked by the current, looking as if it could pop any time and disappear without a trace. Millsies? Did I wake you, Millsies? Doctor, why have you come? Your art's gonna turn Tri-Mounts into the capital of bubbles. Didn't expect you to see that. It was such a sorry sight, right? Yes, I failed. Doctor, you didn't get into the Galeria Stellaria, but I also got shut out. I even almost killed Saria, and the only thing I managed to do was try to save a handful of people. I already know what happened up there, so you don't have to say anymore. Doing the thing of like a kid taking a bath, like putting like your like mouth below the water, making all the little bubbles. You're weak, Millsies. I pumped all the water from my body and expected myself to evaporate, but I only had a short and shallow sleep. I didn't even get to finish my dream. I can't even kill myself. Before you came in, I think I was leaving the orphanage in Trenton with a kid version of myself. I think I saw Millsies crouching next to a pale fir tree, tidying up the graves of my parents and my kin that I never met. I want to reach out and pat her on the shoulder. I think I met a Millsies who had just left Zombie. Her hair was wet from the morning mist, and she wasn't even holding her usual parasol, and it was so cold. Her neck was tucked in and her head drooping. I've never seen myself so dispirited. Were your people living in the forest of Sami? Yup. When Rhinelab began their scientific exploration,
section had started the Sami exploration, their footprints made it all the way to the ice fields in the remote north. I made a private request to Maggie. Maggie contacted me. This place had just been built. This tiny vivarium that shouldn't even exist on Terra is an elvish garden. I found them following the coordinates Maggie sent me. Deep in the forest in the middle of Sami, remote and cold, the bed of soil was locked up by the Martian ice fields, far from civilization. A place you could hardly consider a paradise for elves. I saw a tree towering over the woodland, no different from what the other people of Sami live in and revere. After just a few steps forward, I saw the true home of nearly 100 elves. An endless hollow beneath the tree, their thick branches entangling with one another, an ecosphere woven into the roots as if it was encased in amber. To think there was such a settlement for elves on Terra.
Were they unwilling to leave their homes?
I don't know, Doctor. I couldn't even ask them a question like that. They were not hostile to me, but I had no way of integrating in their society. Not because of my metropolitan fit and vibe, my metropolitan fit and city girly vibe, but there was something natural separating us. We look similar and face the same struggle, we're clearly alike, and yet we're also complete strangers to each other.
Damn. I mean, that's kind of true. Someone can look the same as you, but like if you've lived in completely different conditions, like that's not gonna be conducive to understanding just because they look like you.
We had no way of understanding or communicating with each other, like two waves on completely different frequencies. Doctor, I walked so far and I finally found a tiny patch of forest in the endless ice fields of Sami. I'm not a leaf from a tree, I'm just a drop of water.
The elf leans against the pale fir, her hair moving with the topmost branches of the tree to the current. You can't make out her expression. But you still wanted to move the vivarium into the Galeria Stellaria.
I needed to hold on to something. And Kirsten abandoned me. Abandoned everyone in the so-called future that she's left for us. Kirsten disbanded the composed control section, and Saria was thrown out of the Galeria into deep space and almost turned herself into dust. The possibility I was pursuing has also been proven impossible. Dorothy got herself into trouble, Ferdinand's thrown himself into the army, and Parvis fucking died! That happened! Jara's gonna retire. Justin's honestly, he's kind of chilling. I'm not gonna lie. He's chill as fuck. I think he's chill as fuck right now. Nasti's probably gonna go to Kazil or some shit. I can only reminisce about things that have already turned into bubbles. To me, they were once as precious as fresh air with hardly any orogenium dust. They keep me from being so lonely.
Yeah. Oh yeah, also just because we have to mention it, Roingus mention! Dorothy mention!
Doctor, if I was destined to always be alone, and if discovering and resisting this thing called fate still leaves me all alone, does that mean I'll never be able to rid myself of it?
You're 10 feet closer than Willsie, please, but through the glass in the dense lake, she still seems to be far away. I bid farewell to someone before coming here.
Who?
Friend.
So besides Sari and the gang, you knew someone else in Trimounts? From the sound of it, you can't have seen them recently. They left Trimounts so soon, just after your reunion?
I should say that my timing was just right. He was my kin.
Kin? Then did they leave Trimounts to go back to your homeland? I was actually really curious where you came from. I was investigating, and the other time I snuck into Rhodes Island, I even tried looking for your files, but I found nothing. Is that because it's a secret? Or have you also been trying to find the answer? Just like me.
Perhaps. What do you think?
I want to know where you met your kin when you met your kin. Do you still remember what you were feeling then? Did you recognize each other easily? Could you understand each other? Could you provide comfort for each other's suffering?
He never thought I would exist. In the end, I only had enough time to see him off. All I could do was say goodbye.
No wonder you look so exhausted, Doctor.
Stop moving. And Willsie looks into your eyes through the glass across the still water.
So you also get lonely, Doctor?
Frequently.
Then, have you ever wavered in your resolve? Will you doubt the significance of certain things because of it? Rhodes Island, the operators, and friends by your side. A person who you forgot but you still have been searching for. And yourself? Doctor, this vivarium will shut down soon, so you should get out of here.
Finally find the switch, and the glass layer opens in response. But the lake without its banks does not pour out. Every drop of water is still held by an invisible force. Like a bubble about to help, the elf is about to escape into the leaves of the pale fir tree. You step into it.
I'll drown. Don't worry about me. I just want to sleep a bit more. A bit longer.
Before I came here, I asked us that we have to... Reaching out for the moo-moo. Reaching out for the moom. Before I came here, I asked a similar question. My answer was and is just as I've always been. Being alone is a type of strength. Even a machine-like person can be submerged in such an emotion. You'll be sad, you'll reminisce, you'll worry, and in the long term it might not even improve, but it is indeed a kind of power. Every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. I remember you said before that you don't like being peppered with questions. But I'll still hold out my hand, Woolsies. And door to the future. Ooh, okay, what's this music? Okay, that's nice. That's good, I like that. Yeah. I will pull up Control's wishes, and like once we get to the part with Kirsten, we'll listen to Control's wishes in the background. We'll see. Debatably. Is self-interest really that ill of an intention? Or the prisons in Mexico have regulations banning any sharp objects, including pens? You're breaking the rules. They don't allow sunglasses either, Blake. I told you not to bother me when we got thrown in here together. I have important work that needs doing, and you've had a stellar record the past few days, so I hope you can keep it up. Did you really think, Blake, the artists were gonna draw you an additional portrait just for prison? No, you're keeping the glasses. Damn it, I used up all the draft paper. Wait, I can still write on the back. Blake, help me out and ask the warden for some more. Colombian Academia will thank you for your contribution. What the hell are you doing? There's no way you think we'll get to live, Ferdinand. I mean, Lord never been lenient. So can't you just quietly wait for the end to come? If you want to keep busy, why not think about your last meal? You've wasted 2 minutes of my time, Blake. Which step was I at? Planning out your last meal? Planning out your last meal? You think you're so funny, huh? You have no idea just how significant my work is. Over the next century, any researcher arrogantly trying to step into the field of high-energy physics in vain will have to engrave my theories into their mind. They'll praise my name, regard me as a king, as a prophet. Death? So what if I die? Just you wait, Kirsten. You think you're so amazing? It's Ferdinand Clooney who's brought the truth back down to the ground, you idiot. You stinky, you so something about idiot is just like, such a like, not... Oh, you can't have like adult characters and like their like ultimate insult is you idiot. Oh, back here. I'm glad to see you so hale and healthy, sir. Of course, it's all thanks to you. A few days ago I heard some terrible rumors about Trimass, but that's all in the past. I'm grateful that our Columbia has so many outstanding law enforcement personnel just like you. Are you able to be promoted even? You're a state attorney will bring out the best in you. It's honestly nothing compared to your business. Rhine Lab has expanded its technological investments and purchased more than a dozen labs in various fields. It's not care about financial news at all, but now with a friend like you, Justin Jr., I have to do more than just stare at these cast iron railings in a daze like I did before. Oh, I'll give you some stock tips. I'm glad to see you taking fate into your own hands. It's very interesting because there was the line that we saw that like you can tell that how much this is like a core aspect of his character. But I did come here on proper business this time. Those two, I already got the orders from above. Go ahead, Justin Jr. Just before, nice to be working with you. Likewise. I have one more question. Which one did you want out? I have one more question. Which one did you want out? Just like before, madmen and freaks. You're here, Nasty. An interim meeting notice sent out by the already dissolved components control section. It's been only 2 weeks and they've already reorganized Rhine Lab. It's not just Rhine Lab, Volvor, Kaczynski, and Beachbrella too. The top tech companies of the city have all received notices and sent their representatives here. Who do you think organized this meeting? We'll know in just a moment. Don't lean your head towards me. I don't want my shoulders to get wet. Nasty wrinkles her brows slightly, and the dead branch-like device around her waist suddenly extends. The one that touches Millsy as the other party disappears from sight, as if a bubble had just popped. Seems you've recovered quickly enough to have the strength for this little trick of yours, Millsies. Dehydration isn't a serious thing to me, and it's not difficult to treat it either. I mean your mental state. I thought you'd be at a complete collapse, hiding in a forest to cry. To cry, like a little bitch. Yeah, cry, maybe shit and cum. A friend talked me through it. Told me every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. still as emotional as others. You're still as emotional as ever, needing others to soothe you.
No, Nasty, I just calmed down and figured out something I'd overlooked before. The person appearing at your side right now is, of course, the director of the Rhine Lab Ecological Section, the youngest and leading authority on ecology in Rhine Lab.
And that means...
Kirsten passed on to me the biological data from the Galaria Vivarium. None of the 750-year plants survived, but before that they managed to survive past the barrier and not die immediately after breaking through the star pod. It's a height that Terrence never imagined a life could reach. What a gratifying experiment result. Nasty, I know what your dream is.
The Sarkaz's promised land could also be in the sky.
You must have collected the data encompassing the entire duration of the Galaria's launch into the skies, right?
Well, I was standing close enough that day. The fireworks from the energy sputtering everywhere very much resembled the sparks generated from the gears of the future turning.
So you're saying that's enough to propel yourself back into research on many more platforms that'll be bigger and more stable? Or does it mean you've already begun?
That was the rudimentary prototype of a city. No one's ever said that nomadic cities could only crawl on the ground.
And me, I can fill the city up with life, so now our goals are aligned. To use your words, we're now going the same way. Let's go, the meeting's about to start.
Olivia Silence, authorization complete, please proceed. Authentication complete, please proceed. And Cesaria walked through the long corridor, one after another, neither of them speaking a word, both of them enveloped in quietude. Stop at the door of the conference room. Saria, ask anything you have on your mind. Are you really ready?
I thought you would have already thought this through while you were recovering. Science exists to transform society. This I don't doubt one bit. Likewise, I can also confirm that the significance of Control's actions. There's no research that hasn't been stunned by the tear in the sky. But the real question we actually face is, what now? If there's a rip in the sky and the truth has emerged before everyone's eyes, there's no reason to ignore its existence. But even if we all raise our heads, it doesn't mean the problems under our feet will suddenly disappear. I found love, Nasty. My competition's a dead queen and a mad scientist. My odds are looking good. And a mad scientist from like years ago. Like things are looking up. In science, once the current understanding of something has been toppled, the pace of progress will not be suspended but accelerated. Countless constructions have already been declared failures, while new theories have emerged. The scientists will legally tear down every cloud in the sky. The ordinary people busy living their lives will be soaked by the rain the entire time. That's how reality is, and we can only accept it. It's inevitable to make sacrifices in the pursuit of dreams. For enough phrases like these. I mean, this is just like, for like anything is kind of true. You have to make some sacrifice for your dreams, yeah? Whether it's time, money, you know, the fear of like going away from home, just taking a risk on something that might not work. There's no reality impossible to change, and no sacrifice justifiable. Well, 10,000 hours of master skill. If most people can be compelled to choose between dreams or reality, then I must become the bridge between the two. Ethical reviews, capital supervision, project evaluation. I'll tighten the reins of order. I'll use methods all manner of scientists will think pedantic and cumbersome to restrict them all. I'll become a monitor, a buffer zone, a railroad switch. In short, I'm well qualified to be a villain. I will see to it science becomes a clear, incisive look at every one of us.
Silence, I don't know how exactly you managed to drum up support enough to change Trimon's scientific and technological communities, but you should know this. No matter the power of the government or Maylander, they chose you not for your worries and zeal.
I know, but if our goals are aligned, I'm willing to accept it.
Silence grabs the door handle. He stops suddenly, turns to look at Saria. Her gaze burns for a moment. Saria almost wants to run from it.
Surely you haven't forgotten, Saria. It's exactly what you want to do before. If you're hesitant, if you've given up, then I will do it.
Dozens of eyes focus on her. To be honest, such a feeling of being noticed by everyone is not so pleasant to experience. Silence takes a deep breath and responds to those expressions of surprise, astonishment, and ridicule one by one. For a long moment of time, she steps inside.
Hello everyone, my name is Olivia Silence, sponsor of the Trimon's Ethics in Scientific Research Joint Declaration. I stand here today because...
We have Jara.
Gonna make a raise and everything else.
I mean, it's a fitting conclusion for her. It's kind of good that it's somewhat mundane. That's kind of, I think, almost the point of it, is that it is comparatively mundane. I won't get a life of luxury though. Is sunglasses true? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No. Back then, I merely provided Miss Penny with an audition opportunity in Rankwood. It truly is nothing compared to the help you've provided us this time. Yes, that girl is most probably just about to drown in the drool of various company representatives. I do hope she'll be able to handle the situation after all. This will be the new normal for her in the future. Such worries are indeed superfluous. These youth are indeed not lacking in courage, and they always run so fast. All we can do is accompany them on their journey. You're absolutely right. I've become an old lady who loves to worry. A golf game next month? Sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to join you this time. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I no longer have a reason to remain with Rhinelab. And besides, I'm well past retirement age. It should be a long, extensive vacation. I'm so sorry, Miss Jara, but I've gone the wrong way. Just ask the nearby residents. If we change direction now, we might be able to make it to the nearest nomadic city for a pit stop. It's fine. Just continue driving this way. Huh? That would delay your itinerary. I just flipped through the geographical magazine in this car, and if we continue this way for 10 more kilometers, there should be a winery up ahead. The magazine says the wines there have an exceptional texture. The winery insists on a limited supply to only specific distributors. For decades, has refused to expand the scale of their vineyard, so I'm curious. The people here have been so antsy over that Rhinelab incident, so I thought you wanted to get out of Trimounts ASAP. No one would give a retiree a hard time. Besides, just look at how wonderful the scenery we have here is. Driving through the Midwest. The scenery truly is beautiful. Everyone gets an epilogue. Yeah, everybody's here at the end. Except, like Parvis, because that motherfucker dead. The wind blows from far away, and Jara adjusts her glasses, lifting her gaze to the sky. The clouds are moving quickly, and a single star faintly appears amidst the twilight. The sky appears as lofty as ever. After a long time, she gently waves her hand. The driver thinks she was calling him, and quickly opens the door for her. Safe travels. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, I was not like fully focused on it like while I was reading. Oh, she's waving up at Kirsten. Oh. And now for this one. Let's play it. Not particularly relevant to this last scene. More would have been relevant to play it in CW10 after, but Galeria Stellaria service cabin shutting down. Galeria Stellaria observation bridge shutting down. Galeria Stellaria Vivarium shutting down. 5 days, 8 hours, and 43 minutes. According to Terra's time after breaking through the barrier, the Galeria is persisting beyond my expectations. Not long after these cabins condensing the most advanced science and technology on Terra will be reduced to dust. The Galeria Stellaria was never equipped with the technology and conditions required for interstellar travel. I still remember Friston scoffing at Nasty's plans when she handed them over. And now I will lie down in the life support hibernation pod that Loken developed. We can never simulate the actual environment back on the ground, so I'm not sure exactly how long I can survive.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I guess. Yeah. Yeah, the fucking the thing when you like enter as well. It's like the a new era is upon us. Oh, it's so big. Galeria Stellaria Planetarium shutting down. The entire Galeria Stellaria has shut down. The life support hibernation pod will activate in 5 minutes. Please be seated at once. The universe. The first time I learned of this concept from Friston, I had no way of envisioning how encompassing, boundless, magnificent, beautiful, and touching it could be. It stretches past our horizons, exceeding what we have constructed with our barren imaginations, beyond what words can describe. I'm getting a little distracted by how long, by Control Switches being a little louder than I want it to be.
Da, 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 da. It stretches past our horizons, exceeding what we have constructed with our barren imaginations, beyond what words can describe. A pity I can only record my words as an audio file. From what I can see through this boundless curtain that has made it difficult to discern any colors, our terra is surrounded by stardust. No fulcrum or rope supporting it, as it rotates on its own and by itself. The stars blend into one another, and any measurement of distance, size, or shape is meaningless. The universe is so deep that it makes you speechless. It makes you feel a deep sense of awe. As I observe with just the naked eye, the stars look similar to Terra. These were once in our visions, mere decorations dotting the night sky. But they share the same existence as us. Perhaps life also exists on them. The same flames of love, hate, and love and hate, terrible disasters, grand plans and romance, as well as mundane struggles and persistence, going on stage over and over again. Their history written by the creations and destruction of their civilizations, with innumerable, magnificent miracles, names that shine, and bloated titles added onto the footnotes, or they all return to dust. Do they know a universe exists? And are they our enemies, or neighbors we can get along with? And this is also another one of my favorite CGs. The two CGs with Kirsten are actually probably my two favorites in this event. In an event of a lot of incredible CGs, it's probably the one with the smile and Goodnight Terra. And like, what's the fucking like boss text that like shows up for Kirsten? Like, loner, pioneer, like all of those things. Loner, pioneer, all those, and then it just like loner, pioneer, egoist, betrayer, seeker. Goodnight Terra. He failed to jump and flew up. Shh. This is a big moment, ignore that. If it's possible, perhaps everyone should try to understand us from this position. To understand the land, sky, and sea we rely on to live. To understand where exactly we are in the history of humanity. Where exactly that entire history belongs in the universe. Only then will we be qualified to consider what direction to head in. The life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Repeat. The life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Pre-hibernation record. Vital signs are normal. Emotions are relatively stable. It's truly gratifying to see that all the plants here are still alive. A pity that Wilsey's has no way to obtain this data. Throughout Kirsten's entire life, there have only been 2 times where she truly felt alive. The first time, Saria, when I brought you back to my hometown, on that hillside where I told you about the beginning of everything. The second time is now. I've just realized mine and my parents' dream. Whatever happens next is merely the start of a continuation. On a clear night, find a spot with a wide open view, set up a telescope, there'll be a single star twinkling for you in the sky. Well then, good night Terra, good night universe. If in a century, or a millennia, our descendants walk among the stars, the masses will sing her praises. Who are you? A guardian, lacking any purpose, watching over kin, brothers and compatriots who will never wake up. What are these? What are these? Life support devices far beyond your comprehension. Do not rely on originiums you're familiar with, but tens of thousands of years is enough to wear them down. Oh wait, yeah, this is him. Kirsten's the other one. What are these? But now they're merely coffins for the deceased, like in the olden days. Why do you seem so close to humanity? In our darkest days, it was only human nature. One more control switches for the road. In our darkest days, it was only human nature that let us avert a much more complete destruction. Though this means nothing but endless torment for me. Is the sky false? Not exactly. A barrier makes Terra incapable of charging toward the stars. Light has been distorted. Accordingly, Jesus Christ. I have been speaking out loud for too long, I'm losing it. Preventing people from ever understanding the true implications of their world. Only the stars are beyond any doubt. They exist. What does the universe look like? An interesting question. When any creature capable of capturing light turns its head into the sky, it will be subdued by an endless ocean of stars. Anonymous, magnificent, beautiful. But in my eyes, the void merely means ruin and a chilling desolation. Are the stars just like Terra?
No, Terra's rather small compared to them, and it's not a star, it's a planet. Even stars tens of millions of times larger than Terra, like star number 4, would completely disappear into the gigantic black hole of the Zobade Nebula. The satellite arrays outside Talos can even manipulate the geographical properties of a planet like this. I remember when this came out, there were people like saying like, oh, there's like a gigantic black hole like coming for Terra, and it's like, no, he's just stating like how big and like how different the universe is and how big and incomprehensible it all is. Why do the Sancta have halos and wings? An icy chain of command gives them an identity. It's dangerous to start a machine lacking any self-awareness in the name of a god. To fulfill a mission it cannot even understand. Have you ever seen a burden beast? The creatures known to you as burden beasts have not changed too drastically in the course of evolution. Their tenacity is just as durable as the planet itself. People should treat them with more humility and respect. What is it like to travel by sea? I can only tell you what a simulation feels like. Flying across the ocean of a planet is just like wrapping yourself in a blue silk scarf. Yet the bright blue is always fleeting. Kirsten, say your piece. After knowing all this, you still intend on gambling with your life to tear open the sky. Terra is ill-prepared and your death will be without meaning or reason. Allow me to ask you a final question, to serve as my answer. Ask your question? I guess this would be Kirsten. Say your piece. Ask your question. Our careers, cities, homes, art, as well as our cruel... Okay, let me ask my question. That'll serve as my answer. Ask your question. Okay. Our careers, cities, homes, art, as well as our cruel history. Suffering war, catastrophe in the area. I can't... Which of these... Is this Kirsten or is this him? Okay, it's him. It's obviously him. Ask your question. Okay. For a second I was like, okay, is the answer like important? No, it's the question that's important to this. Okay. I am dumb. That was very obvious. I'm just dumb. Our careers, cities, homes, art, as well as our cruel history. Suffering, war, catastrophes, the arrogance that destroys everything. Trends of thought and ideals, greatness granted by others, and equality gifted from birth, the civilization born on this tiny patch of wilderness, and everything that we've ever loved without compare. What do they inevitably mean? And what is it that life ultimately seeks? And that is it. Yeah. That is it. That is Lonetrail. There is only one mark, the truth. Life ultimately seeks. I guess, yeah, that's kind of an answer to that question. Oh shit, wait! Can you see the introduction monologue as just like the answer to that question? It is, because it's talking about all life! It like literally starts with like the, like, oh, it's like to know, because we all seek knowledge because we're all born with not. Yeah, the introduction is her answer to Fristen's question. All ending with, of course.
There is only one mark. The truth.
It's such cinema. Yeah, I was originally gonna say, Laffy, if you hadn't brought that to my attention, I was originally gonna say I would kind of rather it be the like Good Night Terra, Good Night Universe. That was the very end. But when it's this and it loops all the way back around to the introduction, that's a big find. That's a deep pull. That's cinema. That's a cinema. It wraps around to the very first words you hear of like Lonetrail. The little introduction PV is the answer to the final question. That final question is also what set all of it in motion. It's making me the only answer to that question. Yeah. I mean, what is the meaning of life? And you know, she kind of gives this. I mean, I suppose you can see, I guess, the Kirsten charisma, because we don't really see the Kirsten charisma all that often in Arknights. We're more told about it. You can see it in the way that she talks in, like, you know, the introduction, like the passion and everything that she talks with. It's very cool. We don't often see that.
she's kind of already fulfilled what she needs to, so she doesn't really need to. She doesn't need to turn up the Riz anymore. They have some media literacy. No, that's a big find. Like that's a Laffy. I have not seen anyone else talk about that. That's a deep pull. I really like that. This whole event is so good. A spoiler for like the all events. I was curious if I'd feel like that, because this is like the second or I think it's like the third time that I've reread this. Like, and I like it's the best event in the game. Like it's just the best written event in the game. Like, maybe these brevity is the soul of wit little bitches will try to fucking say, oh, it's not because it long, but like also shut the fuck up. It's not bloated, it's just long. The true pioneers of Terra lore. No, like that's a super cool that's a super cool thing for them to do. Oh, damn, silence L. Anyways, thanks everybody for coming. I don't think there are any super chats, so we're still at just 15 polls for Thorn's Altar whenever it comes out. Remember, as it says, if you like the reading, drop in my bucket. I'm like Squidward in the box. Spare change. And any obviously spare change that you give me does go into getting Thorn's Altar, to me starting to gamble for Thorn's Altar. So obviously, if you want me to do that, hell yeah. Oh, but yeah, thank you everybody for showing up to this one. Lonetrail's so good, man. It's so good. It's the best event in the game. It's the best written event. I can't even just say it's the best written, because it's got the best music. It had the best gameplay. Like, it's just like the best event. Entirely mentioned to first said, I think, like, do you want him? Not particularly. This is just giving stream a reason to like donate and engage. The truth is answer to I think the introduction is what she tells him. It's not specifically. This may even be like a speech she's given before at like a TED Talk type thing. But this I think is the answer that she gives him. Is the complete thing. All of this builds up it shows her ideology all the way up to there is only one mark, the truth. Yeah. Either way, thanks y'all for coming out. Oh. We have finished the big one. It is Chicken Jockey approved. It's peak. Absolute cinema. I don't foresee any of the events that I have like coming up to reread can surpass it. I just don't know how you can rank the best events. And it's not even like an unpopular opinion. I believe like it got like asked about like relatively like recently. It was like asked about like favorite event, and like 40% of people said Lonetrail. Like 40% with how many Arknights events there are, 40% of votes to go for one thing is such a like demonstrative victory for like Lonetrail as far as being an event. Like it's so good. So what's next? I'll set more. I'll set more events up. And I'll put up a poll sometime over this week. You'll get a poll, and you guys can vote. How much goes into it? Yeah, it's all great, and like it is really good character writing. It reminds me of It kind of reminds me of what I said about Megalobox when I finished it, with like even the characters that you don't necessarily like, they have points at some times, and they have valid reasons for being the way that they are. Even if I don't like him, I still don't like Holiak. I feel like I gained a greater understanding that it's kind of ironic this like 40-year-old woman with hundreds of years of forced memories has this insanely childish view of like what life means. The Bellator's, yeah. Does he a rain read event he hates to see what happens? I think I've already read much of a bit.
like how much of a crybaby Holyak is. Yeah, she's kind of a fucking pussy. Like, she calls out Moo for it, but her and Moo are kind of a bunch of pussies. Her and Moo are kind of both pussies, I'm not gonna lie. The moon changed me. It let me into your company, doctor. I saw the moon. It changed me, bro. Yeah. Wait, her voice lines, a lot of them go back to the like, yeah. Can you tell that they wanted specifically to give this voice direction that would make pee-pees go up? It's like, shut the fuck up, bitch. I do like that Holyak's onboarding line is like, hi, doctor. Oh, what the fuck? Why'd you, like, fucking slap me away? This is literally like your onboard line is like a doctor being like, fuck off, bitch. Based of canonically the doctor doesn't like Holyak, which is based as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. All of you Holyak fans, you know, she can go below 4th. She could slip. She slipped out of the top 5 of my least favorite characters. Let me actually fucking check real quick what some others of the fucking least favorite characters are. Gladia definitely fills me with more anger. Who else was Holyak? Who else was Holyak already? Holyak can go to Tallulah. Like, there's some. Tallulah, Surtur, Gladia. Yeah, there's some more. Holyak, she's probably still in the top 10, but like at the bottom of the top 10 now. Yeah, she isn't quite like Kaltsit, who's been fully released. Majority of Snake feel evil except Queen Zubama. Yeah. Hollis Mephisto wasn't a child. Yeah, kinda. I mean, yeah, Mephisto. I mean, one of the big issues that I had with, like, Mephisto is that, like, it feels like, at, like, the end of Chapter 4, they set him up as genuinely a pretty unpredictable and, like, intimidating force, as well as a kid, a fucking dumb kid who doesn't fully understand, like, all of this and all the concepts. But then he kind of feels like he just becomes kind of a generic, whiny, I hate the world kid antagonist in, like, Chapter 5 and, like, everything. And it's like, you had something where he felt, like, kind of unique and kind of intimidating, and then you just kind of made him feel generic. And I feel like they lost the magic they had early. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lonetrail is what really saved Kaltsit. Like, Lonetrail is what really began, at least began the saving. Yeah, no, like, it is. Yeah, no, Holyak, you're not so bad. I'm thinking about making a video about, like, operators I was wrong about, or, like, characters I was wrong about upon reading again, and, like, there's some that it's, like, minor, there's some that it's major. Holyak could be a minor one. I feel like I understand it more. I still don't like it feels like they want to make her smart, but then she also takes random impulsive risks and makes random impulsive decisions, but then they also want her to be smart and calculating. Well, fucking which is it? You have, like, 2 contradictory, like, character traits, and then I guess they try to have it with the childish nature being what bridges them. I still don't think it's great. I still think it's kind of, some of the decisions they make are really weird with their writing. That's always what I've kind of said about Holyak's writing. I think it feels like there were multiple writers whenever Holyak's, like, each scene for Holyak feels like it was different, written by a different fucking guy. Like, that's what I always feel. Like, every time it feels like there was a little bit of a different writer. Like, yeah. Like, Cunning and Smart are kind of different. Well, like, but the thing is not cunning. She's not really cunning, because taking random risks is not cunning. It's real all she's me. The Dr. Betty was never the same after. Damn. Yeah. Like, it is. I still think there's a lot of, like, flaws with it. I mean, even just take her, like, her fucking theme. Her theme is not written for Holyak. It makes, like, it's good music. It does not work with the character. It doesn't work with the character. It doesn't. There's some elements, but it doesn't, like, it doesn't work, really. So, like, it definitely feels like they didn't know what they wanted Holyak to be, really. It feels kind of like It feels kind of like there were crossed wires and they didn't really have a clear identity. Because, like, they can do a douchey character, a powerful douchey character, and make them likable. They showed that with Fremont. They can do what they were trying to do with Holiak. A douchey, scheming dickhead who is likable. They can do that with Fremont. They just didn't do it very well with Holiak. Either way. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Laffy. Is like, I think when it comes to like that, I do think her childlike view of things and her like kind of immature view is kind of where it's meant to connect, but it feels like we don't even see that until a lot later on. The more we see her talk about the Kukulkans late into Lonetrail, the more we see it. So it can kind of connect afterwards. I think it's still a bit of a strange. Like I said, I don't think it works particularly well. Either way, I'm actually going. I'm a hungry boy. I don't eat breakfast, and it's lunchtime. So thank you all for coming one last time. I'll see you guys next week. Maybe I'll do like a Wednesday stream after C Squad on the Arknight CC Minecraft server again. So we'll see about that. Bye, guys.